Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I am not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a confidence concern, or is
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
He does not wish to be represented. That's the part I was waiting for. We are coming back to court where the witness or the defendant does not wish to be represented as well. A little different. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a fantastic lunch. I ate too much. I instantly regretted my decision. I thought, I am so hungry. I'm going to make myself... Don't know who won. I thought, I'm going to make myself a huge plate of pasta. Nice big old plate of spaghetti. Add some cheddar. Shred some cheddar in there. Melt that down. Put a little Parmesan on the top. Oh, was that good? But I made myself a big plate. It was almost more than a plate could handle. You know, when you're dealing with spaghetti, spaghetti you can only put so much on the plate before it exits the plate, right? I was just under that threshold. It was a big plate of spaghetti, and I ate the whole thing. So nap time is approaching rapidly. Anything we need to get out of the way this morning, we need to do right away, or this afternoon, we need to do right away, because a brief snore may occur. That's all I'm saying. We are back, though. Welcome. Hope you had a fantastic lunch. We have, let's see, Adam Nusky is here welcoming us in with the big old F. I'm not sure if that's the grade I get from this morning's live stream or if that's the prediction for this afternoon's, but either way, it's probably appropriate, Adam. Thank you very much. But Adam, being first in chat comes with its privilege, its prize, its punishment. And you, being first in chat, are now the recipient of, you're the proud owner of the internet and everything IP related. This grants you certain powers and abilities, superpowers, if you will, but it also comes with responsibility. And that responsibility is to maintain the internet and make sure it works for everybody else. So when amidst all your other fun things you do online this afternoon, make sure it works for everyone else. Thank you very much, Adam. You've won before. You can do it again. You're going to do great. Thank you very much. Let's see. My pal Sal Vintage said I had fish and chips. I'm now craving. I'm not hungry, but I'm craving good old-fashioned fish and chips. Scotland in the house, says Susan Logan. We were talking about a gentleman who was extradited from Scotland back to the U.S., who now has picked up a Scottish accent and apparently a different birthday. We'll have to talk about that as the case moves on. Probably won't follow that one because it's got some difficult fact patterns. Let's put it that way. We now eat spaghetti with Alfredo sauce on it. That was what my wife offered, and I said I'm going to do tomato sauce instead of Alfredo. But it was good. Took my lunch at Cracker Barrel, and I'm still here. Says Ken. Sit in the corner, got the screen propped up, watching. Grab yourself a piece of pie before you go, Ken. And just your favorite. I don't know, carrot cake. I think, do they have carrot cake there? I don't remember what their desserts are. It's been a while. Last time I went to Cracker Barrel. This was like 3 years ago. Thanksgiving Day. Yes, we did Thanksgiving Day at Cracker Barrel. Not because we thought, we're just going to be lazy and have someone else cook our Thanksgiving dinner, but because our kitchen was completely demolished. The floor was not there. We had no way to cook. We were currently gutting our kitchen due to a flood. It was not a planned upgrade. But yes, Cracker Barrel, great lunch. Let's see. Tomato sauce counts as a vegetable. Good. I can check that box off as well. Cabbage rolls for Jennifer Juniper. Without the cabbage, so just rolls. Okay, I thought you were being all healthy and stuff. Just potato chips, says Sawdust here to love. Yum. Good stuff. Had a quick trip chicken.
Squirrel.
Quick Trip chicken on my drive to work. Is that like a rotisserie chicken or is that fried chicken? Princess Buttercup is watching Brandy. Oh, as long as Buttercup's entertained, that's great. Brandy, if you guys didn't know, there was a little train action over on Brandy's channel. If you were over there, hope you got a chance to participate in that. Brandy's amazing. We love her. Thank you so much to all those who were showing her support. I appreciate that. Let's see. We have Dijon spinach salad for me. That sounds healthy. Last night I had like a I don't know, like an Italian chicken salad with no dressing.
Sent someone with more experience.
It was lettuce, olives, tomato, cucumber, and this fried chicken that's it's a unique flavor, really really good, but no dressing. I think my wife's trying to tell me something. All right, we need a bro command. Oh my goodness, we had the bro come out during court today. Wow, well, is that amazing or what? This is not over. The witness, Travis, Travis is the witness. I'm going to need his name again. I can never remember it. The witness and Mr. Tucker, the defendant, know each other, and the back and forth between the two is incredible. Oh, they just shook the camera, meaning it's about to begin. We're watching. We're listening. We'll be there as soon as it happens. Bean and cheese burrito. I approve of all your meals. I approve of all of these. The train had the view of the beach. It was awesome, says Bug Dugger. That's great. I saw you participate in that. Thank you very much, Bug Dugger. Travis Johnson. That's his name. We're just going to pin this right here. Replace pinned message. Adam, you're already off the pinned message board because I have to remember greeners. Travis Johnson is the witness who's about to come back on the stand. And I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe we're going to have more impeachment-style testimony or cross-examination coming from this defendant. So that will be fun. The bro thing was epic. Adam, you're gone, says Greeners. Rubbing it in, because Greeners is now there. Adam says, story of my life. That's great. Adam, I love that you can roll with all this. The F did him in. What the F, right, Adam? Is that what the flip? Is that what we're thinking? Lynn says, I'm out of the loop on this case. Lynn's, oh my goodness, this is an amazing case. And if you have time, I'd love if you go back and catch up, because there isn't a ton. We've got like maybe 2 days of catch up. But here we have a defendant basically charged with murder who is pro se. He used to have an attorney. He got rid of the attorney. He's now representing himself. And it's not going as well for him as you would expect. It's probably going better for him than you would expect. But how does the co-counsel thing work? Are they watching live? I think they sit like in the courtroom and he can like on breaks go and talk to him. But it's not like somebody whispering in your ear giving you instructions, Vicky. I don't know how that goes. Let's see. Do I approve of Reverend Beezy's lunch? A whole small gluten-free Domino's creamy garlic sauce cheese pizza. Why do you think I run so many miles?
When are we going to break for lunch?
Plus a protein shake. You know, I've never had the gluten-free Domino's creamy garlic sauce cheese pizza. Reverend Beezy, I have to be honest here. I never will. I never will. That's not... Creamy garlic sauce cheese pizza does not go like, to me. You know, I like garlic. I like garlic sauce and cheese pizza. They're all good things, but you put them all together with gluten-free, and suddenly it doesn't sound nearly as fun to eat as I would hope. Let's see. I'll try again. All right, landline back yet? No. And crickets. Crickets from the phone company. They said they'd be calling me first thing Tuesday morning. Not a word. Not a sound. It's just quiet. I'm still paying. They collect the bill. They collect the bill. I just don't have a phone line. No, I take that back. They gave me a new phone number so that I can receive phone calls. The only problem is I'd have to send out this new phone number to everybody that has my old phone number.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. Mm-hmm. I don't know who won.
No. I'd have to send out to everyone who has my old phone number, and by the time I finished doing that, they would give me my old phone number back, and I'd have to do it all over again. All right. Let's see. Kathy, I don't remember what happened to Tell Us in Vegas. Let's see. Maybe their phones are out too. Maybe they called your old number. I don't know. I'm about done with Vonage. And I realized they weren't the ones who stole my number, but they're the ones who let somebody else steal it. And so it's like having a home security system and paying a lot of money for a home security system, and then having a robber come in and steal all the stuff from your home, and the home security system welcoming them when they arrive and showing them where all the good stuff is and never alerting you. And then you call them up and you're like, hey, what happened? And they're like, oops, sorry. Looks like a robber came. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad at Vonage. I'm upset with Optimum Suddenlink, because this is the second time they've slammed my number, thinking they still own it, which they don't. I transferred it away from them years ago. But anyway, fun stuff. We'll handle that later. All right. Yeah, if anyone's had the same problem, if anyone has Vonage and they've had their number slammed, or if you've ever had your number slammed by, say, Suddenlink, Optimum, slammed meaning they took it forcefully without your permission in the middle of, you having stayed current and never been late on a bill, reach out to me. We might have some class action work to do together. I think Dwayne pranked RA. Different number, Greeners. Dwayne, they don't call Dwayne on that number, so it couldn't be that. Let's see. It's not cool. Not cool. And you know what sucks? Here, let me just tell you what sucks. My son has a job, and they try to call him into work and try to schedule him, and he's supposed to respond within a certain time, and they're calling and they're getting some other number, and now it's impacting my son's employment. It's like this is not fair. This is not fair in a big way. But anyway, will Defendant be on time after lunch? Robin, I think he will. I think he will. It's the mornings that are tough. Melody, yes, what happens is to steal someone's number, you basically have to say to your new company, I'm transferring a number over. Here's my number, and transfer it over from my existing carrier. And if you have the information about that, you should be able to do it. Well, my previous carrier is the one who keeps taking it from me. So they had my information, and so they keep stealing. This is the second time they've slammed my number. And I have to fight for 2 weeks, and it's a pain in the butt. I can't tell you, as easy as it was for them to take it from me, it's like pulling teeth for me to get it back. But all right, Kurt's given the defendant credit for some of his questioning. He's done an okay job. I realized some of the questions were designed to put him on edge and throw him off, and I think they worked. That's why we got the bro moment. We've got a little bit of impeachment going on, even though it's minor. It seems very minor. It's a reflection of a light on a boat, saying it was headlights, now saying it wasn't headlights. All we need is him to flip on positions to make him not credible. So he needs to work on his objections. He has almost none. He just lets the prosecution do whatever they want. All right. Court's about to begin. What does Treehouse have to do with it? Sawdust. The Treehouse, as we talk about Treehouse, let me show you our picture one more time. Our thumbnail, what we've been keeping track of the events. Let's see. In this case, I
object.
Oh, hang on. I've got a new one. We have a new picture. This one's going to be right here. Put that one right there. Okay, so this is how it began. Ready? We're going to go right here. This is how the Treehouse murder began. We had a treehouse key lime pie sitting there on the swing. We moved the pie, and we started adding bits of evidence as it was introduced in court. And so we have quite a bit of evidence, even some underneath me that you can't see.
Have them send someone with more
regarding all the different facts that occurred. And the latest version is right here, where we've added a few more items, chessboards, snuba gear, tarps, and all that. We've got all this stuff. So we've been adding this. The Treehouse was the name of the house where
Murdoch stole it.
Where this went down, and it wasn't really a house. It was like a glorified shed on top of a camper. Okay, but it was a structure, and the neighbors referred to it as, or people in the area, the locals referred to it as the Treehouse. So we used the Treehouse on top of the camper there in the picture. But that's where we get the word from. But there's actually no trees involved, so it is a misnomer. Coconut phone, yes, we added the coconut phone. If you take a quick peek, There on the shelf underneath the satellite dish, we have both the Starbucks mug, which is clearly belongs to our defendant, Mr. Tucker, and also a split, the one half of the coconut. I believe that's the coconut receiver for the coconut telegraph machine. So we have that there. The actual, if you want to see the actual picture of the treehouse, looked like this. This is a photograph of the area. You can see blue tarp and all. This is from a neighbor's viewpoint, it looks like, vantage point. Probably a disgruntled neighbor who wasn't very happy about it or what happened there. We have not added the dominoes yet, but we're gonna take a look at that. We'll see what we need to add as the time comes. Need dominoes in the thumbnail. I'll do a quick check for dominoes. I'm sure we've got some good graphics we can use for this. Where's my screen? There it is. Dominoes. Oh, we got some good ones. We've got some good ones. Oh, they're white. Why did they were white on my screen? I put them on they turned black. Let's see. It's like a reverse image. Okay, we'll find some good ones. Let's see. You guys can't see these, I recognize, but trust me, they're there. Oh, that's the wrong one. We need this picture right here. The dominoes I'm seeing here are not the best. Maybe. See, some of them almost look like fuzzy dice if we're not too careful. But I don't know. I'll see if I can find a good domino picture. This one maybe. We'll add something to it to get that. But there's our court. Oh, sorry. There's our treehouse. Here's our courtroom. We should be back right now. Actually, we're a little late. It's 1:30 already. It's 1:30. Can you superimpose your thumbnail over the court seal? It would be tricky. I've already got both my upstream keyers tied up, and my downstream keyer is also tied up to use our Law 101 feed, which brings us our counter. We are counting the number of times the defendant has basically been instructed by the judge as to what he's supposed to do as a lawyer, or what he can or can't do. I believe we probably missed one or two, honestly. Let's see if we're ready to get some audio. I hope that's a bailiff.
Okay, please be seated.
Here we go.
Everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge. So, is Deputy Riccio getting the jurors?
Have a missing juror. Is it the same juror?
All right. Hopefully that juror will join us here very soon.
So over lunch, I saw a Twitter post out of Breckenridge, Colorado, where skiers at a ski resort are filming a snow-nado. It's a tornado over snow. It's really like just a dust devil. It's not like a huge tornado, but.
Excuse me? He's about 14 jurors. All right, thank you.
Jurors are all here. Oh, this judge is filling out his retirement application as we speak. That's what we hear in the background, I think. It's a snow devil. Very cold dust devil. I mean, it's pretty big. I'd say it's like 100 feet tall, or maybe a little more. mess with the audio this morning. Sorry, Linz, I'll try to be a little quieter. Let you sleep. I'll do my golf voice. This is Key West time. I'll be there when I get there. We are still on cross, Alicia. We are with the same defendant. Travis Johnson is still going to be on the stand. He's
Tell me when he's got him in the jury room ready to go. Hopefully soon.
Hopefully.
You wanted to bring the witness in now and have him get back on the stand?
Might just as well. I see him back there.
Let's do it. Bring the witness. Witness is his attire is amazing. Now realize he's been subpoenaed, and being subpoenaed to court gives you a little more leeway. It shouldn't, but it gives you a little more leeway than if you are appearing before the judge in your own defense. If the judge is there to make decisions about your future, you might want to dress very nicely. But where you have no choice, and by law you have to be there, you can get away with a little bit more because you've been dragged in against your will, basically. And apparently he was dragged in right off the beach. Travis, your question makes no sense, bro. Johnson. Yes. Did they hear correctly? They offered Tuck a plea with time served. Jennifer, they offered Travis a plea with time served. He served nearly 5 years because he was convicted in this one. I mean, he pled guilty, but they offered him a deal. Basically, they dropped the murder charge, and he did 5 years for armed robbery and assault with a mask and a deadly weapon or something like that. Two charges that are very serious. Has CrossFit wife been in the courtroom? I don't know. She was on court TV on an interview last night with Tucker, but it looked like she was in a different location.
Thank you. Be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I told you before the lunch break, we were going to pick up from where we left off, which was the cross-examination of Mr. Johnson, who's on the witness stand, remaining under oath. So, Mr. Tucker, you can proceed.
I think where we left off is the video, so let's get back to the truck for just a second. When you drove to the Treehouse that night, what route did you take?
Straight up 2nd Avenue.
Right up 2nd, right? Now, would that be the same street in the Florida Keys Electric video?
No.
That's not the same street?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that was you in the video, though, right? In the Florida Keys Electric video, when you walked up there to go get cigarettes.
Yes.
You walked back with Rory Wilson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What was Rory wearing at that point?
Same clothes he was wearing when we left. Black shorts and a black top.
Black shorts, black top. Not to be gruesome, but did he have any blood on him?
No.
And according, again, to your story, I returned to the house prior to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did I have any blood on me?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Now, you testified that you turned around while you were driving away and saw me running down the street collecting things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you, it wasn't easy to see. I mean, again, is it dark out?
It was dark, yes.
It's dark, okay. And you're trying to drive while you're looking around, right? Because you got scared, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you looked back?
Maybe 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
3. This is
something like that. Okay.
Maybe a second and a half. I don't know. My perception of time is not perfect.
Would you agree it's hard to drive when you're looking backwards?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. I'm a pro.
Considering I was making a right turn, my angle of view, right turn, I still had peripherals. I was very aware of what my surroundings were.
Very aware of your surroundings.
Yes.
So you looked back when you went to make the turn, not when you first took off.
That's where I was at the turn. When my truck was stopped at the stop sign, it was an immediate right turn. There was no much forward, no further than maybe the length of my vehicle to make the right turn.
That's where the stop sign is.
Correct.
Right? I think you said about 25 meters.
50 meters from the gate.
50 meters from the gate, but I mean from the corner. I think you said about 25.
Okay, according to what question?
This is when I asked you how far you were away from the corner. Remember,
when I dropped you guys off, I was about 25 meters from the gate. Then I pulled forward after you guys exited my truck and stopped at the stop sign, off on the side of the road.
Hold on a second. And didn't need all that. I just want to clarify.
Judge, the commentary, Judge, you asked a question, the witness was answering it.
Okay, we'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I was asking a very specific question. And, okay, you just told me a second ago that it was 50 meters to the gate. Now, I just asked you about the 25 meters to the corner. You just said 25 meters to the gate. Which
from the initial point of drop-off of my truck, where I stopped and let you guys out, was approximately 25 meters. When y'all got out of my truck, I pulled forward another approximately 25 meters to the stop sign. So between the gate and the end of the street is about 50 meters.
Okay.
From my peripherals, my point of view, my range estimation, and my memory is approximately 50 meters.
Okay, so you pulled up after we supposedly got out.
Yes.
And let's see. Now, when you said you saw Rory when you're walking with him back from the Tom Thumb or the Treehouse area, right? Now, just to clarify, is the Tom Thumb right before you get to the Treehouse?
It is at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and I don't believe I know the name of the cross street, but it's right there in front of the firehouse.
Right in front of the what?
The firehouse.
Oh, the firehouse. Okay, so, just to keep the order correct here, it is Tom Thumb, the firehouse, then the Treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not very far, correct?
No.
Okay.
Is the firehouse like a fire station, or is it the firehouse subs, or is there a house you have fires at? There's so many houses.
Now, you said when you saw Rory Wilson, no conversation between you and him about what had happened.
I asked him what happened.
Okay, and what did he say?
Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it. That's all he said?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say anything when he got back?
About the situation? No.
Okay. So just no more conversation about it for the rest of the evening?
No.
Okay.
You know that. We didn't talk about it at all.
Didn't ask. Okay.
You know that.
So, and let's see. Now, you said that Rory Wilson pulled out a tin that supposedly had crack. Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't a tin per se metal, but it looked like a snuff can. Yes.
Like a snuff can. Okay.
Yes.
Like a Copenhagen.
A round container that had a lid on it.
Like Copenhagen or something like
that,
right? Okay.
Snuff.
Snuff. Okay. Okay. And
snuff or chew? I'm confused.
Now, you said that, again, when we supposedly went in there and changed clothes and came out armed, that Rory Wilson had the mask that was shown to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that supposedly I had a neck gaiter, right?
Correct.
And you described that in very specific terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And if I remember right, you said it had Jägermeister. Was it just one big word, or was it a bunch of...
A bunch of little words, Jägermeister, repeatedly all over the whole thing.
Okay.
We're going to need an Amazon link to that. Jägermeister neck gator.
Now again, just again for clarification purposes, you said that I was the one who had the money, correct?
That you had the money?
That I had the money in my pocket?
No.
Oh, it was Rory Wilson who had the money in his pocket.
And the 10.
And the 10. So he had the money and the 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently they are a thing, these Jägermeister neck gators.
Okay. Now, let's move on to the next stages for a second. You said you went to the beach next stage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how long were you there?
Most of the day.
Most of the day. Okay. And now, I think you testified that you were freaked out or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you went to the beach?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and let me make sure I've got my dates here correct. But you didn't start moving until the 19th, is that correct?
The 19th, I know it was the day of the raid, whatever day that was. If it's the 19th, then that was the day, or if it was the 20th, that was the day. I'm not exactly sure when the raid occurred, but that was the day that I started getting my shit out of there, yes.
Okay. And you started getting...
My belongings, my personal effects, yes.
Okay, and is that when I supposedly helped you move your trunk?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be either the 19th or the 20th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you be surprised if I told you the raid happened on the 22nd?
Again, I told you it was the day of the raid. I don't remember exactly what day it happened on.
Okay. So you were freaked out on the 18th, but you chose to leave on the 21st. Yes. 21st, 22nd.
When I actually had the ability to leave.
Okay. But I helped you pack on the 19th, correct?
The days are fuzzy, Mr. Tucker. I know that it was the day of the raid. If this was the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, or the 22nd, I know that was the day that I decided to leave.
Okay. Well, I guess what my question is if you were freaked out on the 18th, why would you wait until the 22nd, 21st, 22nd?
Didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay.
The days are fuzzy, Mr. Tucker.
Now, you also testified that when you got up to Big Pine and you discovered this backpack in your foot locker, right? That you chucked it into a closet, correct?
Yes.
And you just opened up the closet, throw it in?
I just opened the closet and put it down and so, yeah, threw it inside of it.
Okay.
It's not a big closet.
Okay. Is there anything else in the closet?
Yes, an air conditioner.
Okay. Good. Now, would you be surprised to learn that former Detective Malone already testified that it was underneath of the AC vent? It looked like it was placed under there on purpose.
Objection, Judge. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Well, let's hear the full question because I didn't know that we were at the end.
Did you not just chuck it in there? Did you actually shove it up underneath the vent?
There's about 2.5 feet in between the bottom of the air conditioning unit and the bottom concrete of the slab of the house. That's plenty of room for me to toss it in there and toss it under it, Mr. Tucker. There was no, I guess you could say, hiding, but yes, removal from my presence.
I'm not very familiar, but again, would you be surprised to say, if I told you Danielle Malone testified that it was only about this high?
Judge, I'm going to object to the question.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Let's see.
What was the objection? Improper.
Okay. Now,
he's given a measurement.
When I supposedly got back to the treehouse, what happened?
That one didn't seem improper to me.
I supposedly got back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, obviously I would have had to have gotten back somehow.
Yes.
If you left me there.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Are you aware of how many video cameras there are around the warehouse?
Not even a clue.
All right, now, you also testified that when the police showed up, you had a discussion with Penny Phelps.
Yes.
Okay. And you were out there on the patio or the porch or whatever with Scott, right?
Yes, I was actually pushing a toolbox into the center of my truck after I had gone through it looking for a pair of pliers.
Oh, you were looking for a pair of pliers, okay. And what did Penny Phelps have to, did she ask you anything? Did she say anything to you?
Yes, she was concerned about what I had maybe witnessed in that portion of the area. If I'd seen anybody run by in dark clothes, African American in color. I asked her what it was in reference to, and she said that there was a fight up the street at CVS.
There was a fight up the street at CVS?
Yes.
And, but you didn't tell her anything, did you?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing to tell her.
Fight?
And,
no. I know about a robbery, but not a fight.
If I remember correctly, after your truck got keyed and you were robbed, apparently, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you change the locks on the door?
At the
warehouse?
I did.
Okay. And were you the only one with the key?
No.
Okay. Who else had a key?
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson had a key?
He did.
Okay. But I didn't have a key?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, back to when I supposedly got back. Did I meet you upstairs or did I meet you downstairs? Did I meet you outside the building?
Upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay, how did I get in?
You have feet, you walked.
Just
the door wasn't locked.
Okay, door wasn't locked.
No.
Changed the lock, but didn't lock it.
Now, were you scared at all? When again, you just gotten done taking off, you said you were scared there. Were you still scared when you were upstairs?
I was a little nervous, yes.
Okay. But you didn't lock the door?
No.
Okay. Now, okay, so you testified you were scared, you get there, you're still scared. When you go, okay, when do you decide to go for cigarettes?
A few minutes after you showed up.
After I showed up, okay. Okay. And now, okay, so I show up, according to you, and you go get cigarettes. Now, are you scared at that point?
I mean, I'm trying to understand your explanation of fear, of scared. I've been in numerous stressful situations, and yes, I was nervous, but a level of fear that I think you're trying to achieve, me agreeing with, is not what you would call fear in the sense of, oh no, what am I going to do? No, it was more or less, this situation is not of my liking anymore. I do not trust you or Wilson anymore, and yeah, I want to be away from the scenario as quickly as possible. That's my level of fear.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was just asking.
It's all right. We'll overrule it.
Okay. Okay, so you just said that you apparently can handle fear. Is that correct?
Yes.
In situations. I didn't ask it yet.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. So you've been in situations where you can handle fear, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the ability to remain calm during these kind of situations.
I don't know about calm, but I know how to function somewhat under stress, yes.
Function somewhat under stress, okay, cool. Now, is that from your military experience?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Now, can I ask you again, did you go back to the beach on the 19th?
I went back to the beach several times.
Several times between the night it happened and the day or night when you left?
When I left the apartment, it was during the day.
Okay, during the day.
When I left permanently, when I went to Big Pine, it was during the day.
During the day. Okay. And you did say you had a conversation with April Walker, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see me that morning?
You were upstairs, yes.
Okay. I was upstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Did I have a conversation with April Walker that you know of?
You may have, but I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
That's all I was asking you. What?
Yes, I didn't hear it or see it, no.
I got you. But you did have one with her prior to you leaving, and what was that about again?
Where Rory Wilson was and where I was going.
Okay. Now, you weren't there for the so-called raid, right?
No.
Okay. And where were you at the time?
I was at the beach.
At the beach, okay. So back at the beach, okay. And when did you get there approximately? I mean, did you get there while they were still conducting this raid, or did you get there after it was over?
I got there after it was over.
After it was over?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't talk to anybody at the raid or any of the police?
No, that night, like, I want to say late at night, before the sun came up after the raid, Miss Phelps and Detective Fernandez and another detective came in wanting to look into the ceiling.
Okay, so they came back a second time?
Yes.
Okay.
And they got my permission to look into the ceiling.
Okay. And did they find anything?
No.
Did you have any conversations with any of the officers at that point?
Yes, about my truck.
Okay, about the truck.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, you still haven't offered them any information that you were involved, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Back to fear again for a second. I believe you testified that you didn't ask me out of fear. Is that correct? You asked me what happened.
Repeat the question.
I'm looking at the testimony that you've given, and you said you didn't ask me what happened because you were afraid.
I didn't ask you what happened, correct, because I was afraid of the answer. I was afraid to know anything.
Okay, you're afraid of the answer, but you weren't afraid of me.
Not really particularly, no.
Okay. And let's see. Okay. How many times did you go back and forth between the warehouse and Big Pine?
And Big Pine?
Yeah, where you were moving.
Once.
Just once.
When I left to go to Big Pine,
it was just
the first
once.
time and the only time that I had been to Big Pine.
Okay. Now, did you go up there to get the job?
I went over there after I had secured the permission to stay there and the job.
Okay. And how did you secure that permission?
From Mr. Martin Ochoa.
Okay. But was it via the phone or face-to-face? I mean, how did that happen?
Face-to-face.
And did he meet you someplace? Or?
I met him at Mangrove Mama's.
Okay. And I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember. Where is Mangrove Mama's?
Mile marker 20.
Mile marker 20. And where's Big Pine?
Mile marker 50.
Mile marker 50.
Or in between there. I'm not correct. I'm not sure, but I know it's further away than mile marker 20.
Okay. And you said you didn't see Wilson again except for after that first night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, chance for discussion. All right. And
let's see if he tries to impeach.
did you ever look into the backpack when you found it in your footlocker?
No.
You never looked into it?
No, I didn't look into it whenever I found it, no.
And you said, again, after you got to Big Pine, the police contacted you through Captain Phelps giving you a phone call. Is that correct? And do you remember, again, what they told you?
Yes, they wanted to conduct more of a follow-up investigation on my truck, take pictures of the vandalism, and get basically a statement from me, what I experienced.
Okay. All right. And you said they did their investigation on the truck at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so what did that entail?
Them walking around it with body cams and taking still frame images of my truck and opening the doors and looking inside of it as well.
Okay, so they opened doors, they look inside. Did they take anything?
No, there was nothing in it to take.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now, let's see.
Lois is betting against me. Am I tired? Yes.
Okay, if my memory serves. Okay, you said that you got scared and you took off when you saw Todd O'Quinn with his flashlight running up the hill, right?
Correct.
Now, why didn't you get freaked out when he came out the first time?
What?
Todd O'Quinn came out twice.
I never encountered him but one time, visually. I never met the man, never saw the man, never communicated with the man. The only thing I saw of Todd O'Quinn, didn't even know it was him until he ran across the street, flashing flashlight, screaming, "Help, help, help, police."
Okay.
That's what I remember of that individual.
Well, I didn't say you met him. Back to that, you encountered Todd O'Quinn?
Visually.
Okay, visually.
Hey, Braxton.
And as we've gone through the video ad nauseam now,
Yell with the mic on.
he comes out twice. So that
Once again, I'm going to object to these questions.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection
Okay, I'll
because it's not
rephrase.
a question.
No, I'll
it's
rephrase, Your Honor.
commentary. So,
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Travis, did you watch that video? I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, did you watch that video?
Yes.
Okay, how many times have you seen it?
How many times have I seen that video? This being the fourth time.
Fourth time.
Yeah, that was the judge yelling for sure. That wasn't me.
Now, I actually had to look this up because I didn't know. What is vacillated?
It means to shift back and forth. It's a vacillation, almost like an oscillation. It's iffy, fickle, not quite sure.
Okay, so does it mean your story
here.
changed?
No.
Okay, so your story didn't change.
No.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
Yes, I did blame the judge for me yelling with the mic unmuted.
And you said after you saw the Florida Keys Electric video that you got scared because you thought you were caught, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now, did they show you that video? Yeah, I think Mr. Mansfield asked you this, but just for me, did they show you this video when you were at headquarters after they brought you in?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what did you say when you saw the video?
At first, I was unsure if it was me or not because I didn't want to admit that it was me, and I was curious about my shoes, that they may not be the right color. But I was in grips and in shock of the fact that they had me on video, and I was vacillating between whether or not I wanted to own this and confess or hope to God that they couldn't ID me when I knew in my mind it was me.
Okay, so
that's my vacillation was, oh shit, I'm caught. Do I admit this now? Or do I process it and eventually admit it, which I did.
Okay, you eventually admitted. When did you admit this?
Later in the questioning.
Later in the questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And forgive me again, the vacillating thing. So you couldn't decide whether or not you wanted to tell one story or another?
No, it's not a matter of whether I wanted to decide to tell one story or another. It was whether I wanted to decide to admit that that was me or not. That that was me that was participating, that that was you and Mr. Wilson getting out of my truck. All of this was me processing the fact that I am caught. And do I want to spend the rest of my life in prison for this? So I need to tell the truth.
I very much understand.
So that's what I did.
But okay, if you're not going to admit it, then what are you going to do?
Hope that the evidence clears me because it's not concise without me admitting it was me.
And the same thing with the Combs video or Cosme video. What did you say when you saw that video?
No, it could be me. It might not be me. You can't see the truck. Yes, this again is vacillation. Shock that I've been on camera, recorded, knowing that's my truck.
Okay, knowing you could be implicated.
Yes.
And as you just said, that you could do a life sentence, correct?
Yes, I could be charged with murder.
Okay. Now, were you ever offered any deals prior to Mr. Mansfield meeting with you?
Years ago.
Okay. Could you please tell me the circumstances behind that?
My public defenders offered me a deal of 15 years to testify against you and Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever take that deal?
No, I did not.
Did you ever testify?
I did not at that point, no.
Did you ever testify prior to Mr. Mansfield's offer?
A testimony? No. Statement, yes.
Okay.
The original statement I gave when I was arrested.
The original statement you gave when you were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever do a proffer just prior to my bond hearing?
Prior to your bond hearing? When was your bond hearing?
This would be January of 2019.
No, I proffered in April of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever speak with Colleen Dunn?
Me personally?
Yes.
One time.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
Objection, Judge. It's hearsay.
We'll need to approach the bench here.
Now, the question here was, what was the nature of that conversation? Not what she said, but what was the nature of the conversation? Might be allowed in. Judge is going to talk this one over. You can tell this is going to be a fun little witness. We're not done. We've got a little bit more left on this one. So I'm surprised we haven't confronted him directly with video evidence at this point. I'm not sure why Mr. Tucker is not doing that. He seems to have alluded to it immediately when he began the cross-examination of Mr. Johnson, and then didn't really go there. Okay. Was Tucker late after lunch? No, he was not. It's usually mornings where he's late. Let's get some audio back. Come on.
Why did you meet with Colleen Dunn?
It was the beginnings of a possible deal.
Possible deal. And what year was this?
I do not remember.
Okay. If I remember correctly, you were arrested at the end of 2017, right?
November 23rd. I was charged, yes.
Mm-hmm. And
about midnight, actually, was the time.
Okay. And then, so was this deal in 2017, or was it in 2018, 2019?
Objection, Judge, to the characterization.
Characterization as a deal?
Yes.
We can
okay.
Restate it as terms of a conversation.
Yes, sir. When did this conversation occur? Was it when you first got arrested, or was it later?
It was about 2 years later.
About 2 years. So that would be
approximately
about 2019, right?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Where'd the prosecutor just walk off to? The defense table?
Okay. And did you, let's see. And let's see. Okay. Now, before Mr. Mansfield offered you his deal, right?
Objection, Judge.
What's the objection?
Can you come sidebar?
Yep.
Objection. It's not my deal. It's not my deal. I don't want him using my name in here. I don't know what he's objecting to. The judge obviously can't see what the objection is here in this question, so maybe the lawyers they withdraw the objection. So
okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, like I said, I started to say, before Mr. Mansfield offered you this current deal that you have, right? You're on a deal right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Mansfield went over some of the terms of that deal. This deal spares you from the life sentence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Mr. Mansfield said it's dependent on your cooperation with the state, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happens if you don't cooperate with the state?
Then the deal is null and void. It's a breach of contract.
Okay, and what happens then?
Then the judge has the ability to re-sentence me in any way he sees fit.
Okay. Is there a specific term of years?
I believe it was called a hammer clause. Life sentence.
Life sentence. Okay. So if you violate this deal, it's a life sentence?
Possibly.
Okay. Now, did it say anything in that deal about being untruthful? What would happen?
If they believed I was untruthful, this would also be a breach of contract.
Now, prior to this deal, again, did you have your attorney file any kind of motions that wanted to suppress your statements?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think there was any suppressing of my statements.
Okay. But you wouldn't know. He would have done that without your permission?
I don't believe he would have done it without my permission, no.
Oh, no. So he did it with your permission?
I don't know if he did this or not. I'm not sure. I don't understand the process of filing motions, and I don't remember every single discussion we had at all. These were very short, brief moments that I got to speak with him.
Okay. So you don't remember this conversation with your attorney?
Objection, Judge. First of all, asked and answered. Secondly, that's not what he just testified to.
Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Maybe I need to be a little clear. You said that you had numerous conversations with your attorney, short, correct?
Short conversations.
Short conversations.
Yes.
But were you aware of what your attorney was doing for you?
Yes.
Okay. And what if I told you that, would you be surprised to learn there was a motion to suppress filed for you?
No.
Okay. And it was not, you said if your attorney did this, that you would have been aware, correct?
Yes, pretty sure I would. I spent a lot of money on my attorney to handle this so that I wouldn't have to. Okay. I gave him full reign to do what he thought necessary as a defense attorney should be. The process of filing motions, I don't understand the procedure of law, so I'm not going to say I understood exactly what he was doing, but I know he was in my best interest. That's all I can really say.
Okay. And this is Seth LeVay?
Seth LeVay.
And who was your attorney prior to that?
Kevin McCarthy, I think is his name.
Do you have a lot of discussions with Kevin?
No.
And was he a court-appointed attorney, or did you pay him? Okay. And do you remember when you retained Mr. LeVay?
In 2019, I believe.
2019? Let's see. Okay, and let's see. Let me make sure we're here. Good here. Now, did you vacillate prior to, giving the current story that you have now to the investigators?
Rephrase the question.
Did you tell them a different story prior to telling them the story you have now?
I have not changed my story.
Okay. Never?
There might have been some inconsistencies. Yes, I'm pretty sure, but as far as the baseline of the story, nothing has changed.
Okay. Now, this is even when the investigators first brought you in, you told them this story.
Yes, I've been saying and maintaining my participation in this event the entire time, okay, and the individuals involved with me.
Okay, so made no attempt to tell a different one?
No.
Okay. And, okay, after you gave investigators this story, did you ever say anything different then? Did you ever give another story after this?
My story has been fairly consistent. There might be some inconsistencies, but as far as the truth goes, the truth doesn't change. Mr. Tucker, I have told the truth from the beginning.
Interesting. There might be some inconsistencies, but as far as the truth goes.
To be clear, did you come up with this story on your own?
My story is the way that I told it. The narrative that was recited by Officer Penny Phelps, who I'm sure you're referring to, she's a good detective. She may have done things wrong, but she figured this out. And I was caught, and I admitted to it. She had laid out the entire narrative to me, and I agreed with her because she was right.
Okay. That wasn't what I asked you.
But this is exactly what was asked.
Excuse me. I asked you, did somebody else come up with your story?
No, she did not come up with my story. She understood the case and understood the nature of what had happened and explained it very clearly what she understood, and she hit it right on the head. And I told her in my own words what she had basically just narrated to me because it was the truth.
Okay, it's truth. Okay, what I was saying is, did she tell you your story before you told it to her?
Objection, Judge.
No.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
She did not tell me my story. She told me a narrative that she had come up with that was on point with my story, which I then told to her. Not verbatim for what she told me, but the truth as she had figured it out. She just needed me to clarify what she already knew. And that's what I did, Mr. Tucker. I clarified what she already knew to be truth.
Okay. So you said she gave you a narrative. What's the difference between a narrative and a story?
Semantics.
Semantics. Okay, so did you offer any parts of that story prior to her giving it to you?
I did not.
Okay, but it went along with your story.
Again, semantics, Mr. Tucker. The narrative she explained and the statement I gave are consistent with each other because they are the truth.
That may very well be. We'll see.
Objection to the commentary.
Sustained.
Mr. Johnson, you say it's semantics. That, you know, well, would you have gotten around to telling this story had Penny Phelps not given it to you?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
Yeah, he already answered it. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So you were going to tell it anyway?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did say that you were scared, correct?
Yes.
That you were scared of a life sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and then former Captain Phelps, she offers you the story. Are you scared then?
I wouldn't say scared, in shock more or less.
In shock. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you vacillated on the videos, was this before or after Penny Phelps gave you the story?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization that Penny Phelps gave him a story.
Okay.
That he's clarified that's not what happened.
Okay. Gave you your narrative.
That's even worse.
The videos were shown to me after my statement to corroborate what I had told them was truth.
Okay.
This is when they began to understand that what I was telling them was truth, because they had video evidence to verify my statements.
Okay. Now, you just testified, though, that you vacillated during those video, but you were scared that you were going to do life and vacillated, right?
I was scared I was caught, yes.
Okay. this is after you supposedly told the truth to Penny Phelps, correct?
This is all a process of all these emotions happening at one time, Mr. Tucker. There's not a separation and identification of each emotional occurrence for me to say, oh, it was truth, oh, I was scared, oh, I wasn't. The compounding of all this and the realization of me being in their office, being questioned about this murder, being shown videos after I admitted that I was a part of this to corroborate my story, after I came to grips with the fact that I had been caught. Yes, there was fear. Yes, then there was also reconciliation in my mind. I need to face the consequences of my actions.
Okay. You need to face the consequences of your actions, correct?
Yes, and this is how I did this.
Okay. I guess where I'm having trouble here. You told the truth, is what you're saying, to Captain Phelps.
Yes.
Right? But then you vacillated later when you watched the videos.
I did.
Okay. So
I did not know they had these videos.
Okay, but if you told her the truth, then why does it matter?
The simple fact that I didn't know they had the hard evidence right there, it was a shock to the system, Mr. Tucker. To sit there and see yourself on, oh, I don't know if that's me or not. Yes, I know it's me, but do I want to say this? This is what's going on in my mind. So vacillation happens. Okay. Then reconciliation happens. And I told the truth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, did you ever ask for a lawyer when you were there?
Not till it was all said and done.
Okay. Did you ever tell them that your PTSD was acting up while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did they stop questioning you after you informed them that you had PTSD?
No.
All right. Now, you mentioned Captain Phelps. Did she ever bring up my name?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many times during the conversation?
I can't remember that exactly.
Now, is this before or after she gave you the narrative?
I can't remember that's exactly either way, when your name was referred to, when it wasn't referred to, or this timeline of questioning specifically referred to you in particular.
Okay. Well, again, you said you're pretty good at dealing with fear, because of your former occupation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the ability to act calm when you're afraid?
I wouldn't say act calm. There's no acting calm. There's just a level of coping that I'm somewhat able to do. I'm not as good at it anymore. Of course, I am 100% service connected. So that does mean that the government has deemed me unemployable due to the amount of stress that I do undertake in situations that makes it almost impossible for me to maintain employment. But as far as my mind and how I deal with stress internally are two different things than my work life compared to my living life, okay? I can handle stress, but I can't handle employment stress. I can handle life stresses, because that's all I have to worry about. It's when the compounding two come together that these effects in my mind start to really make me as disabled as the government says that I am. I can't hold a job down, but I still function as a human being in society. I know how to cope with stress just about as well as any other normal person. I've had a little bit more experience than most, and yes, I do have the ability to handle stress.
Okay.
And fear.
I mean, it's very interesting. And did you learn that in your former occupation when you were a soldier?
I've learned this throughout my life.
Okay. And, but yet, you freaked out and took off, right?
Yes, okay, do you understand the level when you say freak out? I say, oh shit, I don't want to be a part of this anymore, because that's not what we plan to have happen, to have people running out screaming for help up the street. Yes, I panicked. I no longer want to be a part of this. So my choice to drive away was based upon that reaction I saw from that individual running out. I no longer wanted to have anything to do with being a getaway driver anymore.
Well, I mean, I understand that. But again, so you freaked out, even though you can handle stress.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
There's a mitigation of fear there.
Okay. And again,
a super freak out would have been slamming on the gas pedal, screeching tires around the corner, and leaving the apartment completely and not being around you two gentlemen at all after this. The mitigation of fear was eliminate self from point A, go to point B, reconnoiter, reevaluate my situation.
So go back and think about it.
What my next plan of action is. Correct.
Next plan of action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, you testified that Rory Wilson came in and didn't have much of a discussion with me, but said that, where the money is, or, they heard, that something about the money with the Treehouse, correct? He's the one that brought the money to the money issue up, or going to the Treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear again, you didn't want any compensation for driving there.
I agreed to do it for gas money.
Gas money.
Yes.
And again, you were aware it was going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning, Mr. Tucker.
Excuse me?
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning. That's why I was charged.
Okay. And let's see. So, did Captain Phelps offer you any deals?
No.
Okay. And did she ever say something like, I'll take care of you, or, anything like that? Any kind of special?
Judge, you just answered the question.
Didn't say deals.
The objection, it's a subtle difference. So.
She said I would be safe.
Safe. And safe from what?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, so what would you have to be safe from at that point?
My understanding of her word, you'll be safe today, versus what it was then, is a completely different understanding of what that term meant. And at that point, she meant safe in jail. She didn't mean safe, for say, from you or Mr. Tucker. But it was a politically correct way of her saying, you're going to be in jail now, you'll be safe. Okay. That's what I understand it now to have meant.
Just to clarify, you said you or Mr. Tucker. Did you mean me and Mr. Wilson?
You and Mr. Wilson, correct. Okay. My apologies.
Okay. And again, we've established that you weren't afraid of me, correct?
No.
Okay.
Apparently this court does not have a hearsay
rule. I was afraid of you two together.
Okay. Did you ever run into Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
Yes. Not physically, but we were in Alpha unit at one point in time together, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have an altercation of any sort, verbal or physical, with Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
There was some yelling back and forth in the cells, but nothing.
Okay, and what did you yell at him?
I didn't yell anything at him.
Oh, he was yelling just at you, though?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever go back to solitary again, or Alpha, whatever you want to call it, in jail after you were released from Alpha?
A couple of times, yes.
Okay, and what were those couple times for?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Yeah, we'd have to approach.
Guess that's an invite. Step on up, guys. So he's asking about times he went back to jail and what for. Objection to relevance has been raised. I don't see Mr. Tucker being able to overcome this. So I would expect that this will be sustained. Mr. Tucker has to move on to a new line of questioning. The judge, every time we see him, he looks like his face is like smashed down on his desk. He's just like, somebody take me out of this misery. He does not look like he's having fun. I mean, you think a judge works their whole career to get in that position. You think they want it or would like it. or enjoy at least portions of this. This judge does not look like he's enjoying this this particular trial at all. Like zero fun, sir. That's what I'm seeing. Staring down, staring at the floor, staring at his notes, holding his head in his hands. Appears to be praying at times. Sometimes snapping the responses. Let's see if he got around this objection. Oh.
Okay. Now, let's go to after Mr. Mansfield offered you the deal, what happened?
Objection was sustained.
After he offered me the deal, I proffered, took the deal, was released from jail.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get released from jail after you signed the deal?
About a month.
A month. Okay.
The wheels of justice turn slow.
Sometimes. All right.
Sometimes.
So you take the deal from Mr. Mansfield, and you agree to testify against myself and Roy Wilson.
Correct.
And the exchange is you're on 5 years probation?
Correct.
Okay. With, if I understand correctly, I think Mr. Mansfield said it, I'm not sure, but you get early termination after appearing today, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you'll be a free man?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I know you said your dealings with your lawyer were sporadic or whatever, or short. Did he ever show you any of the discovery in the case?
Judge, I'm going to object to the communication between him and his lawyer is protected.
Privileged.
I don't think I understand that. I think showing discovery is outside that attorney-client relationship, so I'll overrule the objection as long as we don't delve into the communications. But I mean, what he may have seen about discovery, I think that's a fair area of inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Did he show you any of your discovery?
I already had my discovery.
Okay, so what, you had it in your cell?
I had it from my previous attorney, Kevin McCarthy.
Oh, okay. I wasn't talking specifically about Seth LeBay, but okay. So you had your discovery and you got to see your discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever see the DNA results?
Yes.
Okay. And what did those DNA results say?
Judge, again, that's going to be
It was sustain the objection in terms of, yeah, that's hearsay.
Okay.
This is
you said
interesting.
Roy Wilson had a pipe, correct?
The defendant is bringing
and then I had
the DNA.
a knife, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you testify that the pipe was in Rory Wilson's right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Rory Wilson is left-handed?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, again, testifying.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Okay.
Did you answer?
Yes, I did. Yes, I'm assuming I did testify it was in his right hand.
Okay. And are you aware that he's left-handed?
I am now.
Okay. Would you agree that it might be odd for a left-handed person to hold a weapon in his right hand?
No.
Okay. You've had plenty of military experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do people often do that? Do they usually hold a weapon?
Yes.
Judge, to the relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Based on experience here. Based on your experience, does somebody usually fire a weapon with their left hand or their right hand if they're right-handed or left-handed?
It depends on their ambidexterity.
Their ambidexterity. Okay.
Correct. The ability to use both hands.
I know what that means. So,
ambidexterity.
That you're aware of, is Rory Wilson ambidextrous?
I'm not 100% aware of what he is.
Okay.
Other than a human being.
Okay. And let's, all right.
This is hand vacillation.
When you were in jail, they allowed you to witness any of the videos or anything like that after that? Did you watch any videos?
No.
Okay. So those are off. And And did you speak to anybody else about the case while you were in jail?
In passing, sure.
Okay. Do you remember anybody you may have talked to?
I was in there for a long time, Mr. Tucker. I talked to a lot of people. I'm not exactly an introvert.
How about the case?
It had come up multiple times in multiple situations in multiple weeks, days, months, years that I was incarcerated. Of course it came up in discussion.
Now, it's safe to say you really wanted out of jail.
Of course I did. As most human beings do.
I get that. Okay. As most human beings do. You know, what do you think most human beings would do to get out of jail?
Objection.
Objection, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection.
Would they do anything to get out of jail?
All right.
Would they lie? Would they take a deal?
Let me just go over this one more time just to make sure I've got everything here. Okay. And you said you came down around the end of Fantasy Fest, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustain the objection multiple times.
Okay. I realize I asked it. Okay. And your girlfriend was Shayla at the time.
Shayla Premer. Yes.
Shayla Premer. Okay. And was she aware of your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And do you still talk to her?
She passed away last year. No, I do not speak with her anymore.
My condolences. Did you speak with her prior to that?
Say again?
Did you speak with her prior to that?
Prior to what?
Prior to her passing.
Yes. She came down to see me.
But did
after
you...
4.5 years of being out of touch with each other.
Okay.
Did she died the night she went home.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
She
you.
died the night she went home.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry to ask this, but can you tell me, please?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
I asked how she passed.
Sustain the objection.
Oh. Did you ever talk to her about the case?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
All right. And let's see. Now you got here. And just a second. You said there was damage to the warehouse from Hurricane Irma. Can you be a little more specific about what damage?
There's no power. There were holes in the roof.
No power, holes in the roof. Okay.
Just little things.
Holes. And were you aware at the time that Rory Wilson was going through an eviction process at the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of that?
There wasn't much of an understanding. I was just aware of the process.
Okay, you're just aware of it. And how did you become aware of that?
Because David Gross was also under the same, it was involved in the same process.
Okay, David Gross was getting evicted too?
Yes.
And that is your friend from the beach?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to Penny Phelps shows up at the warehouse the night, this is the night of the crime, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you talked to her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they do anything else while they were there?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Actually, that hasn't been asked.
I'll overrule that objection.
Which incident in contact with Penny Phelps are you referring to?
Night of the crime. When she showed up at the night of the crime.
The first interaction with her was not very informative or anything like that, and very short. The second interaction, when she came back after the raid, that was the second interaction that I had with her.
I'm talking about the first one, the night of the crime.
Okay, that was a very short interaction.
Short interaction. And did she ask you if anybody was sleeping inside? Or if anybody was inside?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her the door was locked?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Do you know if they went into any of the neighbors' apartments?
They did not.
Okay, they did not. Okay. Okay. And why did they leave? Did they tell you, or did they just up and leave?
Their investigation was, she was over. It was over. She just left. The interaction didn't give her anything she wanted, so she left.
Who didn't give her anything she wanted?
The interaction did not give her any information she could use.
Right, correct. The interaction there. But I mean, okay, was she there for you?
No.
Judge, objection.
I'm trying to understand here.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. I'm trying to just clarify here. Okay. She wasn't at the warehouse for you. So what was she there for?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've been over this ground.
Okay. All right, fine. So she just up and leaves?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you for a phone number?
Ask me for my phone number?
Yeah.
Of course she did.
Okay, she did. Okay. And you didn't have any interactions with her until was it the raid, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any interactions with anybody else from the MCSO in between
I do
those
believe
times?
I did. Now that I think about it, I think she did contact me about the eviction scenario that was going on at the apartment.
Okay.
And what I knew about it. Because of my association with Mr. David Gross and the fact that he was going through an eviction process as well, I had learned that there was something up with the zoning requirements, that it was no longer a residential area, it wasn't a residential area, it was a warehouse district, this and that, and she wanted to know if I knew anything about that. And yes, I did share what information I knew, who owned the building, and what process of eviction Mr. Gross was in at that stage.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take anything from the warehouse when they left after the raid?
When I encountered them, no, nothing else was removed.
And nothing was missing?
Of mine?
Just in general.
Yours? I don't understand what would be missing. I don't understand.
Again, I'm asking you if there was, were you aware of anything in the warehouse missing when they left?
No.
And you did say they came back a second time, correct? After the raid where you weren't there?
When I was not there, I don't know what happened. When I came back, they showed up one time and left.
Okay.
I did not make contact with them again that night.
Okay. Your Honor, I think, can I,
subject to recall,
for lack of a better word, excuse the witness for a moment while we, actually, can we sidebar, Your Honor?
You can approach the bench.
Asked for a sidebar. He wants to talk to the judge outside the presence of the witness for impeachment purposes. Let's see if the judge allows him to go into what he wants to do. Man, he got it right. He asked for a sidebar. This is the proper thing to request. He's trying to do it without the witness hearing because the witness could be led on to what's coming, and it might change his answers. Did anyone have Burger King for lunch after we talked about it? I'm young. Anybody, by a show of hands, who went out and got themselves a burger? Yeah, he's not done with him, Rainbow Rising. I think he wants to. Lots of smiles from the prosecution.
Looks like a good time to take an afternoon break, members of the jury. Let's shoot for 3 o'clock. Again, you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just let the bailiff know who's going to want to go out, 3 o'clock, be available, follow the cautionary instructions, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so we have a 20-minute break for the jury, but I believe we're going to still conduct some business here in court. Probably have some argument back and forth as to what he wants to go into. He's supposed to present to the judge before, well, at least he's supposed to have presented to the prosecution before he goes into it, the impeachment material that he's going to be using. So we'll see if there's anything here as they leave. Jury leaves. Witness most likely will be excused from the courtroom, asked to sit outside for a moment.
All right, so they're gone. So we're here without the jury on the record. So there's some impeachment materials, so in the form of some video or transcript or what?
It's quite a bit of stuff, Your Honor. Well, everything from documents to video to audio.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, you know, we have to let the opposition see what is, and if there's an objection, I'd have to make a ruling on it. That's
Your Honor. Again, would you like to excuse the witness for a second?
Yeah, if it will somehow or other ruin your element of surprise if he's here, I suppose that would be reasonable. So you're still going to be testifying, but during this session, Mr. Johnson asked you to vacate the courtroom, but don't go very far, you know, and don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Vacate, don't vacillate. There he goes. Let's head it out. Tiffany, by the way, thank you very much. Suggest a toy soldier to represent Mr. Johnson, Mr. Travis Johnson. He's out of the courtroom. Let's hear it. Roll the tape, Mr. Tucker. Roll the tape on the impeachment material.
I'm not sure at this particular point in time if I'm needed here because...
Actually, Your Honor, I wouldn't imagine so unless we have a problem.
We'll watch it if we need to.
Well, again, I hope this isn't 2 hours of viewing here. It's
Your Honor, to be honest, I don't know how much it's going to be because I gained more information as we went along. So I'm probably going to have to grab some more videos now.
Well,
okay, so who's...
Impeachment, then I guess it'll be fine. If not, it won't be. We do have another witness here that needs to testify today, so...
We've got our extra witness, who we're not going to get to now.
Actually, Your Honor, if we... Yeah, okay. In the name of expedition, and because, again, I have no problem with Angela Oslowski testifying, I'd actually be willing to pause my cross if they'd like to bring it on.
No, well, that's not a thing. To me, that's an appealing option to allow her to testify and to, you know, have more time to...
I would just offer, let's see what he wants to play here for impeachment. We'll see where that's going. And that might give us a better idea.
Okay.
She's going to be here tomorrow, too, so if we need to, we can put her on the stand tomorrow. We also have a medical examiner tomorrow, but it shouldn't be too much for the afternoon to achieve.
Well, I know I thought that was the case earlier, but now I've
learned since the last time.
Now I'm not as optimistic. All right, I'll come back at 3, but I ask you to keep an open mind about Mr. Tucker's suggestion about interrupting this cross, putting the expert on the stand, finish her, have, like as you know, tomorrow I've got the other dockets I have to deal with. So to the extent that more time would allow you all to assess what the defendant has by way of cross-examination or impeachment, might be a better use of time, but maybe I'm being overly cautious, but we'll see. I'm coming back at 3 to see how far this viewing, this disclosure...
Okay, so here's our dilemma. Here's our dilemma. The courtroom camera is only allowed to be rolling when the judge is on the bench. So here we are now going to be excluded. Even though it's happening in the courtroom, in the presence of the camera, we're going to be excluded from the events that are happening right here. So we will not hear the tape. We won't hear the argument. We'll see heads moving back and forth because we're just going to be looking at this view right here. Judge has stepped off the bench. Says, I guess you don't need me here for this. Okay, I'm not going to sit through this. You guys work this out. This is crazy. So if this moves forward, then we get to watch it. We'll get to watch it with the witness, and the jury would also get to see this. But can you narrate the Zoom feed for us? There's no Zoom feed on this one. No Zoom feed for this particular court. What you get is what you get. We get the key lime courtroom and the seal and the flag. But right now, Mr. Tucker, I can tell you, is grabbing his thumb drive and his laptop and trying to attach it to the mechanism. What is that? Is that what the judge called it? The mechanism, the machine, the device. And he's going to start playing some video. Now, this is done outside the presence of the jury. It's done also outside the presence of the witness because he's trying to impeach this witness. He doesn't want to let the witness see what's coming and prepare some answers or something that way. But it sounds like the witness has testified to things today which are different from things he testified to previously. So he says he's got video, he says he's got audio, he's got written statements, he's got everything. And the judge doesn't want to be here for it. I've never seen a judge be like, oh, all right, you guys keep lawyering. I'm headed back to chambers. Call me when you need me. But he's done. He's like, I'm so over this. There's no judge here. So we're gonna step back. We're listening to the audio in case something happens. We'll get there. How could this guy think he could wing it? Fly by the seat of your pants. Defense on a murder trial. Okay, we've got somebody calling in. Let's see who this is. Just 1 second.
Call from. Hey, it's Jessica.
Hey, Jessica. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
Hey, Scott. I'm doing good. So I have to say, you have the best luck with all these crazy trials.
Oh, my goodness. This one's wild.
Oh, my gosh. So, okay, just a few comments. I'm going to be quick because I know that we're probably going to either redirect or you'll have, more content. But number one, I was thinking to myself, what would Judge Boyd think about Mr. Travis's court attire?
Oh, my goodness.
And number two, what do you think this judge would do if Daryl Brooks was the defendant? I think he'd probably.
Can you retire mid-trial? Is that an option?
He would just peace out, just drop everything and just be like, you know what?
You said there were some drugs in the evidence somewhere. Can somebody bring that out?
He's like, I just can't. Deputy hydration, take care of this witness. I'm done. So yeah, some of these things, and I think that just on a serious note, I think that the defendant is actually making some headway, but I think he needs to land the plane.
Yes.
Because at a certain point, I think that the jury is going to start, disconnecting. Because he is very calm. He has almost an ASMR kind of voice, and so
it's almost
especially
too
after
calm.
lunch.
It's almost too calm. He's literally defending himself. Life in prison is what this guy faces, right?
Yeah,
this is pretty serious, and he's just like, sorry, apologetic, calm. It's like, whoa, who could do that? Who could sit here and be falsely accused, as you say you are, and just be like, oh, all right, sorry about that. That's all right.
Right, exactly.
It's a little creepy for me. It just seems off.
Yeah. Well, it can be a little off-putting. Like I said, after lunch, especially. I know other law tubers have mentioned that after they would try to, put most of their evidence on in the morning that was more compelling because after lunch the jurors would get tired, and so they wouldn't want to have anything that was really majorly impactful after lunch so that the jurors, of course, would pay attention as much as they could control anyway.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah. In this one with the impeachment evidence, Mr. Tucker, it sounds like he's got some good stuff, right? It sounds like he's got something, he's got some dirt on this guy. He's got a recording somewhere where he says something opposite of what he said today. Man, he's slow getting around to it. And then once he does get around to it, he just hovers on it. And it's like you've scored your point. You've made the point. Let's listen to it. Let's move on and go. And it just his method of being sort of the scattershot approach. It's like, now tell me again how you came to in the Army. Tell me about this. And now when were you starting your business? And what were you smoking that day? And do you remember what happened that night? And back to the Army. It's all over the place, and it must be frustrating for the jury, let alone the witness, to just be dragged back and forth in this.
And as much as I don't want to give him, like a super big amount of credit as far as, whether I think he's guilty or not, but I think that he knows this witness well enough to understand it's a tactic, in my opinion, this winding kind of confusing thing, because he thinks that he can trigger him in an emotional way, and he has done that in a few different instances.
Yeah,
and I think that's him asking about his girlfriend. That. Yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily on purpose, like to make him feel bad. But the thing about it is like just being a veteran myself. I don't have PTS, but I know that there are some people. They have those inclusive programs where they have the drug treatment and the mental health and all that stuff, because it's all kind of intermingled. And I'll be real quick about this. But anyway, they speak in meters. They, we always, like I always tell people I first meet, it's not anything against you. It's just that I make eye contact with people, but if we're in a public place, I'm looking behind your back at the door. I'm just constantly surveying my surroundings. Especially for my brothers and sisters who have been overseas, who have dealt with, combat stress. Yeah. It's a natural thing for them to be a little more paranoid about surroundings and to have to assimilate that back into society. Anyway, I was just thinking to myself about Darrell Brooks, though, because I can't even imagine what this judge would do. I think he would throw the gavel at him or something. I don't even imagine. I can't even imagine. But anyway,
this judge, Mark Jones is his name. The judge, Mark Jones. He does not have the patience of Job as Judge Doro did. I mean, we joke about her, becoming a saint through her trial.
Right.
And this judge, I'm sure he's a great guy, but patience is just not one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, I know that judge. He's really He's really angry all the time. That's what he is. He's just frustrated.
And Judge Doro, she retired, right?
She actually, I think she got reassigned. Judges sometimes go in a rotation where she handles different things. So she's still handling courts for a while, force court after Darrell Brooks, and now she just barely handled the eyedrop case, the eyedrop murder case. So she's rotated around again. But I think they rotate to keep their job interesting.
Yeah, I thought I saw her on an interview for one of the other court stations speaking about something, but I could have missed.
If she retired, I missed that as well. But Jessica, thank you.
But I can understand if she did. Oh, of course.
No, good.
You have a great day.
Thank you for the insight. Thanks for being able to fill us in a little bit about this. So appreciate
Of course, everybody stay warm. Okay.
Yes, we'll see you, Jessica. Have a good one.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Oh man, good stuff. Let's see. Her docket is full with family court cases right now. Yeah, so she's shifted a little bit, and that's pretty normal, I think. All right, we have surprise after surprise happening here. Oh, we've got a call from overseas.
Call from it's Becky Bubbles.
Becky, is it Becky?
Yes, it is.
Hey, this is R.A.
Scott. How are you doing?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Hiya. I'm not too bad. I have just got in from a busy day and my phone's about to die, but I wanted to ask you a question that you can answer and I can hear it on the stream.
Yeah.
Have they decided whether he's going to have his bond revoked or not? Because he keeps turning up late.
They haven't. The judge talked about issuing a special type of warrant, which is called it's a capias warrant, which is a warrant.
I was told I was wanted or needed in here.
He's back. Becky, I've got to let you go.
Oh, okay, no problem.
All right,
okay,
we'll see you. Bye.
I was told that I was wanted or needed in here.
I figured they did want to go.
All right, Judge, let's start with the first thing Mr. Tucker wanted to start. The first item of impeachment you want to proffer to the court?
Yes. First one was the phone records I showed you that showed that Tron Travis Johnson knew me prior to a few days before the murder, unlike he said.
He's got some phone records, Judge. They're not authenticated in any way, shape, or form, but he suggests the phone records prove that he had talked to Travis Johnson prior to
knowing him, according to him.
Travis Johnson testified that to his memory, I met you. When I said I met you, I don't remember talking to you prior to that. So where's the impeachment?
What he said is he'd be surprised to learn that.
He said, I don't remember meeting you before the day we met.
See, this is where we're having problems, Your Honor. Apparently, we're hearing different things, and they said they would like to get a read back from the court reporter, and apparently I need one too, Your Honor.
Well, what are the records? I mean, what are these records?
Well, the phone records were actually collected during the investigation because they didn't know how this. They take everybody's phone records, and then you cross-reference and see who's talking to who.
Well, whose phone records are we? I mean, whose telephone is this a record of?
This would be John Travis Johnson's phone and my phone at the time.
And your phone. Okay. And
they're not authenticated?
Okay, so
how are we talking?
Well, you did ask him about it. I thought he was somewhat equivocal, but I don't see a problem if he wants to show that to him, and he says, this refreshes to show that to him, and he says, this refreshes my recollection, or yeah, I guess we did talk. I would overrule the objection to that if in fact he can say, yeah, that reflects my telephone.
Says there's other impeachment material in there.
Your opportunity shown, so we can state our objectives.
Prosecution's mad. The arms folded across their chest. They're frustrated with this.
Seems to be our biggest problem is what he actually said.
I don't see any big problem. It's implicit in inherent in every trial. It's.
Okay, let's see. And like I said, Your Honor.
You like to turn the screen so you can see the screen?
Yeah, we can do that if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the next one that I offered to them was, I asked specifically if he had ever given testimony or a proffer prior to my bond hearing in 2019. He said no. There was a video of the proffer that he gave right before my bond hearing, literally right before my bond hearing. He said he gave no statements.
Well, what is it that you want to?
Just again, to show that he did make.
What did you want to show him?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. No, it's literally, this is the proffer he gave. I can't see from here. Sorry, it's hard to get a mouse and not be able to see.
Turn it back, Mr. Tucker.
Oh, this is it. So, Travis proffer. That's in your book.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher. It is January 24th, 2019. It is 12:08 p.m. I'm with Captain Phelps.
Okay, so we.
Assistant Public Defender Kevin McCarthy.
All right, so we can stop it right there. I mean, you're certainly not going to. Okay, look. Okay, so he did say that he didn't, to his recollection, provide a proffer, a statement before your bond hearing. I don't know. So
I think he said I think timing. He said he's not sure. There was never a proffer. This was a questioning. The detective and the prosecutor were trying to clarify a few things. This was never a proffer as it relates to potential plea agreement. This was a discussion about details that they needed clarified. To the extent that, yes, you did meet with these people, I don't think he denied meeting with Connie Dunn and Penny Phelps. He's never denied that on the stand.
Okay.
He doesn't know if it occurred prior to the bond hearing. He said, well, when was your bond hearing? I don't know. So
I would overrule the objection again, in an abundance of caution. If he wants to, Mr. Tucker wants to show that, hey, look at here, you made a statement, you were with your lawyer, it was before my bond hearing. Okay, I mean, you all can clarify that on redirect, but I think it's within the scope of so-called impeachment that I would overrule the objection. The only question is, what exactly you're going to do to publish this or to show it to him? That's my question.
And Your Honor, I would submit that, I don't need to show much of this video to impeach it. I mean, we just need to know what happened. That's all, right? That's it.
CLK, I got the link. It does not work for me. I'm not able to play it.
No,
so,
it wouldn't be.
I would defer to you, Your Honor, as far as how much, or just how we do this to just, again, to show that it happened when he said it did.
How much Lawyering 101 do we need to update?
When you suggest.
My only thing is, I think if the defendant asks the witness again, did you ever meet with Dunn and Phelps? He would say yes. The question is, was it on the eve of his bond hearing? Nobody knows when that was. I don't know when it was. The jury doesn't know. I know you know, but nobody else knows. So, was this on the eve of the bond hearing? Potentially, who knows?
Well, I also asked him if he made any testimony. Offered any testimony. The deal with Tommy Dunn.
There was never a deal with Tommy Dunn. Well,
okay, but
she approached him with a deal. He said that.
Okay. Nevertheless, it would seem to me that, Mr. Johnson, I would like to show you this this videotape to and I don't think it needs to go more than like 10 seconds or something like that. Sir, do you see the date? Do you see the time? Is that you there? Is that your lawyer there? Is that you aware that this occurred prior to my bond hearing? I think just a couple seconds into it with that information on the screen, that should achieve your purpose. Thank you. Okay.
I agree.
All right, so.
Okay, so this one, 12 here. This one, I would submit, Your Honor, we're going to have to listen to the whole thing. And this is because John Travis Johnson says he went around once, right? When the case is joined, so to speak.
Right.
He goes around once. Black sedan is no longer there, correct? That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said. He said he went around once and came back to the warehouse.
No, okay. I think we're getting confused here because, remember we came up in Sidebar about this.
Yeah.
I was confused at first.
Right.
Well, first time they went up there, apparently they went back to the warehouse.
After they made the checked out the place and came back to the warehouse.
And then when they came back, the truck circles around once and then it comes back for the second.
Right. After they saw the black vehicle in front, went around again, and it was gone.
Okay, good. Because this is the 911 call, right? This is Gabriella Torini, and she literally, in real time, is talking about seeing somebody jump into that black sedan after, John Travis Johnson supposedly gone, and watching them come from the treehouse, jump in that black sedan, head off the other way down Laurel. So if the sedan's gone, how is she seeing this?
I'm not following what this.
That was a cool beepy noise.
Right, and what city? Are you in Stock Island? Big Party? Stock Island, that's okay. You don't know this guy? No, he just ran something but like me and called police and saying that some dude killed two guys and he had some fun and stuff. Okay, what was he? No, sure? No, sure. Where is he now? He's on the bus block. He's going to see those houses and he's coming up. where he is, the guy he's got to be doing today. He's simply upset. He's taking away on what kind of vehicle? It is. He's going to that out from, he's talking to the small car, drove up the last, and he's going out from US 1. He's going down to west. So he's got to do it. You told them, right? I don't know, the last word or anything. And the guy that ran up to you, he got into the car with you know, stop all that. Okay?
Stop it.
Hey,
I couldn't hear it.
so what is the, what state?
But my objection is the person refers to somebody running his
Well, we gotta wait until it's done.
That's why I closed it down. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Judge, again, she's asking for a description of who? The man at CVS asking to call 911? Or she giving a description of the person that she sees get into a car? There could be other cars in the area, just not black sedan in front of the treehouse. It's very vague. He gets into a car. She doesn't say it's right in front of the tree. I mean, she's getting photographs of the street. There's cars up and down the street.
I mean, okay, I was trying to be simple here with this one, but okay, she gives a full statement later about how she saw somebody run out of the treehouse, get into a black sedan. They're just right below the CVS, right where they sit.
Judge, I want to ask you to
It's all right. It's no big deal. I'm just hard to see what the significance of this is.
Well, again, Your Honor, he says it goes right to his credibility. He says he goes around once, they're gone.
Okay.
Okay. Well, now it's again, it didn't just magically reappear.
Well, what did this? Well, first of all, what? Apparently, somebody's making a 911 call, and what are they reporting?
They're actually, this is the person that Todd and ran to, and wanted 911. So this is after you see the flashlight go up the hill.
Right.
He goes and gets somebody, flags him down for 911. This is the person who called.
Oh, and what does that person say?
She says that she is in real time watching somebody come from the treehouse, get in that black sedan that supposedly isn't there, and go down the other way on Laurel.
No, that could be any vehicle. That certainly doesn't impeach or.
He said there were no cars there. There was no. You specifically made. There's no cars on the street. They were gone.
In front of the tree.
In any event, it doesn't entail any big argument. This doesn't seem to be debatable to me. That's not valid. It's not a direct impeachment. It entails, encompasses many different possibilities, and I don't see where that contradicts what Mr. Johnson said. So I would have to sustain the objection. Yes, sir.
If he said, indeed, because again, like it seems like we're going to have to go back here. If he says there's no cars that are on that street when he came back and parked, he comes back and parks, there's no cars on the street, and this is literally seconds. I mean, not seconds, minutes. Maybe a minute, right? Okay, and now there's a car on the street, parked.
It's a city street, right?
I get this, but you get this, Your Honor, but coincidentally, it's another black sedan.
Anyway, I just don't see how that is a valid impeachment, and so I would not have it sustained. Excuse me?
Okay, let's go back to,
go back. So just to be clear, our objection on that one is sustained.
Yes, it is.
What did he say to the judge? Where the judge said, "Excuse me," what was his words?
Okay.
Let's go for something. Okay, 2008, that's going to be on that one. Actually, let me bring this with me just to make it simple.
This is so strange.
Now, This is the one.
I agree with the judge on the last one.
Captain Phelps providing the narrative. Again, he offers no information about the case until Phelps tells him this. And he says, because she didn't tell me anything that I wasn't already going to say, but again, she told it to him before he says it.
So she never denied that.
One step at a time.
What he testified to the judge was that when Penny Phelps laid it out for him, that she was spot on, dead on the money, that she got it and she figured it out, and that her version of it was exactly what happened. And then after that, they told him to put in his own words, and then he gave a statement. So again, where's the impeachment? He never denied that Penny Phelps laid it out for him.
Okay, let me just understand. What do you want to present?
Well, Your Honor, it wasn't his story to begin with.
But just tell me what you want to present.
Captain Phelps telling him the story. And he does, right before that, he's lying until she says that.
So you want to play an audio or a video?
It's actually a video. I'll show it to you now.
Well, no, I don't need to see it. How long are you?
It's not very long, Your Honor. It's maybe a few minutes.
And so you want, just want to understand this. You want a law enforcement officer to recite their theory of your guilt, and you want to, to me, most people would want to keep that out of evidence, but you want it in evidence, a recitation of the law enforcement's theory of your guilt. Just so I'm clear.
Yes, Your Honor, because, there's a big difference between somebody coming up with their own story and just confessing to the police and the police telling them.
Well, I understand, and we heard what Mr. Johnson said, but if you want to play this, I just find it an interesting strategy, but if you want to play it, go ahead.
Let's take a look at it. Let's see what we got.
Wow.
He was trying to take care of the property. That's too old. Went to Treehouse. The place across from CBS.
What is this? Is this something else?
She gets into it.
Well, I said you could play it. But
you don't need to see it.
I don't need to see it.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I don't misunderstood.
So, but you said that's okay.
He's going to play it for the jury.
I questioned the strategy, but I said okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I misunderstood. I thought you were going to play it now. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to this one.
Case going on, with the cause of the eviction.
So let me get up to 20.
So we're not doing it right quick and no problem with that.
Talking about the eviction right there.
Okay, we're going to have what time?
Equinox, he's going to play the part of this interview where the police tell Travis Johnson what they think happened.
Is this some different evidence now?
Yeah, this is different impeachment material.
Different than what you just talked about Penny Phelps. What is this?
This one, this one, John Travis Johnson says, I'm the one who brought this, coaxed the one who talked about the treehouse, going to the treehouse to actually, there's money there. I'm the one who actually brings the deal, not Rory Wilson. With what he said in Rory's trial and what he says now, right?
The story's changed.
Okay. There's no objection. All right.
And the time of the day of this discussion, how long did they not really do? It all transpired within 30 minutes. Okay. There was boy left for a little while. I think he went first and came back. And he said to Tyrone, this is happening, and they're doing. Let's go here with this money.
No, I know what you're thinking now. Because unfortunately, he says two different things, even in the same statement.
Drops over there. I don't really want to be any part of this, but y'all got track out there. Okay? Whatever's whatever. I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just, once he asked me. Just trying to take care of you. That's all I'm trying to do. Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going on over there before 8 o'clock at night?
It's really hard to hear.
Okay. Focus. So who knew there was money up in that house, in that treehouse? Who was talking about Don his money? Was there a doubt?
We just switched it from Maury Wilson to Tyrone in less than, 2 minutes?
Well, I mean, you can interpret it multiple ways, man. I mean, who knew? That doesn't mean exclusively, but nevertheless, if you want to play the man's statement again, I mean, again, it's hard to understand why, but if you, I assume the state's not objecting.
No objection.
This is stuff that would not be admitted normally in court.
Well, I understand. You can. I'm not objecting. They're not objecting. I'm just, here between us, I'm just querying the wisdom of playing a damaging statement over again to reinforce what the witness already said. But you can do it.
Okay, but that's not what you said. You said that Rory Wilson.
I understand how you want to interpret it, but let's keep going here.
Anyway, we'll go back to this. We got, let's see. Oh, this one. Again, he 20. He says he voluntarily, gave up the truth. 2004. 4 seconds. This is close.
This is easy. Right there, looking out. You just do whatever. Okay. Hold up the camera. And I just I saw them and I got scared to death of myself. I went back to the house and they came back and they recovered the money between the two of them. They gave me a $50 bill and put the money into my truck for gas and I'm scared to death. It's if I opened my mouth and I said anything or did anything like sideways and whatnot, I figured the best thing I could do is just try to keep doing what I was doing and be the right guy and do the right thing. Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me.
I must be off here because I have something else different here. So
Travis, I can't tell you how happy your statement. How did that end?
And I think we did hear this already, where you should have again the discussion. Just wants gas in his truck. Let's go back to.
We're both fighting with the sound on the court side and on my side. We're trying to get it as best as we possibly can.
This was just anticipation, like I said, there's other videos on that to pull. But okay, he did specifically say that again, didn't go anywhere else that day. Not to CBS. There wouldn't be a picture of him at CBS. I'm serious. So okay, that's simple one enough, right? Yeah. This is right before the crime.
I can see anyone.
Okay, is there any objection?
I don't see him on the video yet.
Well, it's not a video. These are pictures that were taken.
Okay, where is he in this picture?
There, sir. Okay.
Okay, show him the picture.
Okay, good.
All right.
Prosecution's like, okay, show him to the jury. Whatever.
Let's see what this one. Oh, this was one.
Honestly, Justin, some of these things that he wants to admit as impeachment evidence,
this is actually one I do have to ask.
The prosecution would not be allowed to admit.
Here's one. I should probably ask about it, but
what about anybody else? Who's bought a truck? Does anybody ever buy a truck?
no.
Who else is released in that truck without your permission? Does anybody ever lie with you? Let's see. Who else has been in that truck? Big stuff in the truck? What about all? Okay. Right. What about Troy? Have you ever been in the truck? What about Has you ever been in the truck?
Could you just follow that up?
Yeah, Judge, this is the part, absolutely. This is the part where he still hadn't owned up to what he did, so he was still denying everything. Go ahead and show it to him, and he'll explain, yes, that's when I was still not admitting to what I did, so that's fine.
Okay. Because that's the other question I do have is, like I said, I'm going to have to film more videos.
Well, Mr. Tucker, this is it. This is like it. We're pull more videos.
Well, I mean, he lied about a lot of things, Your Honor.
Well, no, sir. This is the all day apparently. Travis Johnson. You know.
I mean, I'm trying to hear you, Your Honor.
Well, good. I am too, and we're, you know,
I'm trying to
it's just
make it easy.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that would expect me to know that exactly what he's going to say.
No, I would expect you to be prepared and follow the basic rules. So again, this is the day. So whatever you have, you know, that's.
Your Honor. Again. No, again.
Nobody's objecting. You can present.
I don't want to play an hour-long video of lies that he tells prior to prove that that he said, because he says he told the truth the whole time, right? He said he never lied about it.
That's a mischaracterization, but we're not here to cut, you know, split hairs. So anyway, so let's see what else. So far, you've been able to utilize the vast majority of what you want to. So.
Okay. Oh, and again, I'm sorry. All right, so I'm just trying to avoid the same problem.
Case going on, you know, with the cause of the eviction. Like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could to help out with that. So I don't know why I would have any problem.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I do remember him saying specifically that he never lied. He always told the truth about this.
Mr. Tucker, you can certainly make whatever argument you want to. I don't interpret his testimony in that manner. But be that as it may, just proffer your next item.
My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and Rob. Some very bad blood. Not at all. When I was trying to figure out what could you have done, I mean, listening to, you know. I haven't done anything to anybody, man. Like, you can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime.
This is part of what you want to
say that. That was my feeling. Listening to all the details, his side of the story that we're here. My feeling was, man, this guy must have really brought something. Coming in here talking.
I mean, we can. Again, I don't know exactly how long he goes on like this, but I mean.
Well, I haven't heard him.
I don't know what
he says. Like, it makes it sound like he's been honest about this. He literally said, "I've been truthful about this the entire time," and no, he hasn't. He told many lies before that. That's the thing.
I didn't hear him claim to be truthful. Was there something on that?
I mean,
he said vastly.
I did hear that. I mean, I'm not trying to disagree with your Honor as far as our ears. I mean, if we could get it read back, maybe.
Judge, I think the distinction is, once he fessed up, he claims he's been truthful ever since he fessed up. Mr. Tucker has gone back in time before the fess up and found the entire hours where he's not owning anything. And he says, Mr. Tucker, let me finish to the judge, okay? Here you go again, talking over people.
Okay. Let's just
Go ahead, Judge. He wants to talk over everybody.
Let's just hear what you have to say, and then
I would just like to finish a thought, Judge, without Mr. Tucker cutting me off and opining his brilliance.
Well, we're doing fine thus far. Again, it's
Mr. Tucker has gone back in time prior to Travis Johnson owning up everything, and he's like, oh, he lied about all this. Travis Johnson never denied that he was untruthful in the beginning, but once he gave his story, after Penny Phelps laid it out, he agreed with her, and he gave his story, he's been truthful since then. There's the distinction. So,
okay.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I specifically asked him, did he vacillate? Did he make up another story prior to Penny Phelps giving him his story. He said, "I've been honest the entire time."
No, that's not quite what he said, but you know what? Ken, you want to play it? Play it. You know, if that's some prior.
It's important that the jury.
Well, I know what you. I know what you think. The only thing is, be careful what you open the door to. I mean, you know. So.
Let me just say, at this point in time, because he's called into question a fabrication.
Yeah.
Under, I think it's 90.603, I plan on introducing this prior consistency.
I understand that.
So, I mean, he can play this. Go ahead.
That's what I didn't say it in terms of the legal phrase, but that I said open the door. So, Mr. Tucker, now you're talking over me. Just to be clear, you can do it, but it is true. Then you're going to open the door, the state being able to then in their redirect present statements that refute that. So in a layman's terms. So in any event, I'll allow it.
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Mansfield a question?
No, I don't.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Mr. Mansfield, just to be clear, I'm kind of curious as to what you'd like to put up here.
He's just behind that microphone or closer to a microphone.
I would like to know. I mean, again, I want to know what you, because you're asking me what I'm going to put on. I'm asking you what you put on.
When you get down with your cross, I'll have a better idea of where we're going to go from there.
He wants to know what he's opening the door to.
You said you put something up to refute this. I'd like to know.
Okay, and when we get to that, I will, and if Mr. Mansfield has something, then he'll let you see it. But at this point, I think there has to be some anticipatory, information. All I'm saying is, from what I see, it doesn't appear to me to be inconsistent with the basics, what Mr. Johnson testified to in terms of the sequence of events. But if you want to play it, you can play it. But then the state may be able to present testimony or evidence that rebuts that and shows that, in fact, this is his testimony that refutes that. So anyway, do you want to put it? You can do it.
Thank you. I'm just going to.
Well, that's why you need a lawyer, or people want lawyers.
Some of my lawyers are the ones who gave me this advice.
Okay, it's one thing to give advice, it's another thing to be able to use it and to manage it in the context of a trial.
Oh, wow. Judge issues a smackdown.
We spend a lot of time trying to get. I have my biceps. I have, the things that I like to do, but the big difference of when he gives us a time.
So, I mean, we've already said he can play this, right? Okay. We don't need to listen to it anymore right now.
I wish I did.
Man, this is what he doesn't realize is the rules of evidence prevent a lot of stuff from coming in against him, and he's opening the door to that to come in.
Your Honor, I have no objection to Mr. Tucker playing the entire interview when he felt that's what he wants to do.
All right. What else was we?
This is actually. I'm going to try and make it so you can see the pictures. Here, just give me a second. I'm trying to find it. I'll enter this. Go ahead. Because these are all pictures here. I'm just trying to make it so you can see them all at once.
He's trying to go full screen on the images that he wants to show Mr. Johnson to impeach some prior testimony.
There we go. Now this is, he said he emptied out his truck after he got up a big fine. This is what was found in his truck when they searched it. There's just quite a bit of material, lots of stuff.
That's correct, Judge, because once he went to jail, Mr. Ochoa, who owns the house, came and took all the stuff that Travis had unloaded in the house He put all of his truck that was still in the driveway to get all of his stuff out of the house and put it in the truck. So that's why when he went to jail, the truck was empty, but now the truck has all this stuff in it.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so any objection? All right, we got to bring the jury in. I mean, they've been waiting for, you know.
I don't want to repeat of the problem.
So I'm just curious here.
Here's the question. We're going to play the entire interview as they suggest.
I'm just curious, like, this may take us till 5. And
oh yeah, Judge, we're sending our DNA analyst home. We're gonna get her a room and she's gonna come back tomorrow.
And how much later than 5 we're going today, I don't know, but you know.
I vote for, listen, we work till 5 and we have to break and come back tomorrow and pick it up again. That's probably what we'll have to do.
Okay, so I'm just going to go into my chambers for like a minute and we'll come out and
the judge just wanders off the bench. I'm just going to go in my chambers for a minute and then I'm going to come back out. Apparently the 7 cups of water or coffee he's had this morning are having its toll on him. He's just needs a minute. He'll be right back. You guys, this is bizarre. This is really bizarre. I've said this. I do not want to talk to Mr. Tucker during the trial. I think it would be inappropriate for me to try to interview him or take up any of his time, as he is he's acting in his own defense. I don't think this is the smartest thing for him to do. I don't think it's the smartest thing for anyone to do, to act in their own defense, especially in a case of this significance. Traffic court, maybe you're okay. Okay, if you're arguing a speeding ticket, maybe you think you might be able to handle that. Maybe that's great. But in this case, facing murder charges, I would say no. I would say no. And so I don't want to do that. But if I did talk to Mr. Tucker, I would tell him, you need a lawyer. You need a lawyer. Oh my goodness, you need a lawyer. You need somebody who can object, who can listen to the questions that are being asked to the witnesses and object every time it's leading, every time there's hearsay. There is so much that has come in and as evidence against Mr. Tucker that should have been objected to and would have been kept out, or it would have been much more difficult for the prosecutor to bring in. Okay, he's fighting an uphill battle because he doesn't know what to object to, or possibly doesn't know how to object to it. Does he have some valid complaints? I think he does. I think some of this impeachment stuff is real. I think there probably are some question marks in the recorded interviews with Mr. Johnson. There's some things that he said on the stand that he wants to very much so. Mr. Johnson wants to appear as to be fully cooperative with the state, and I think in his haste to do that, he may have crossed against something he said prior in his testimony. I don't think it's going to rise to the level of impeachment that would show that this witness is willingly or is knowingly misdirecting or lying to the court about what happened. I don't think we see anything there. We have very, very tiny things. The whole thing about the black car appearing, he went around the block, came back, and the car was gone. And then a minute later, somebody on 911 from the CVS sees somebody get in a black car on that street. We know that the getaway driver drove away. There's a minute where cars can show up on the street and somebody can get in and drive away. There's a minute that goes by. This is not impeachment material. Even if what the witness saw exactly is what happened, that doesn't impeach Mr. Johnson because there was a black car and he said there wasn't a car when he was there. Yeah, I don't know. This is the judge letting in some of this stuff. He's warned him a little bit, but I still don't think Mr. Tucker understands the full scope of what will happen if he really opens this door. If you start saying, yeah, we're going to play for the jury a portion of this proceeding, of this interview. Whoa, that was
Please be seated.
They get to play the whole thing in rebuttal.
So
everything.
Mr. Johnson is around?
Yes, I'm here.
I don't know at this point if the judge would allow it. It would be a delay. It would be a delay. Mr. Johnson's back. He is ready to go to the beach.
Witness stand. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, if you may. If I may, before you, I just talked to Mr. Mansfield, and we agreed that we're going to play Penny Phelps' full interview, and again, I'm going to go ahead with everything else, and we'll do that tomorrow, if that's okay.
Do what tomorrow?
Play Penny Phelps' entire interview.
No, I didn't agree. I think we should just keep moving. We have the interview. Let's play it.
Right. We're going to 5.
No, I'm with that. I'm with going to 5. It's just that's a long interview, and we agreed that we would actually play the entire thing.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, because neither one of us have the entire thing right now.
I don't know. I plan to go to 5. I've never seen a trial where we waste so much time, frankly. But nevertheless, what is the? I don't understand what the concern is right now.
Well, no, it's just okay. All of the interviews that were taken by the police at the time were chopped up into multiple sections. If we're going to play the entire interview, then we would have to make sure that we have the other sections. We don't have them.
Did you want to weigh in here, or
Judge, I mean, it's his impeachment, so I assume he has the interview. He's telling me he doesn't have the whole interview. I'm checking to see if we do, so we can move this process along. And I think we do have it here. Let's pop it in real quick and see.
This is crazy.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Mr. Tucker, do you know where the mouse is? Oh.
Mr. Tucker took the mouse. I took it back to my desk. No charges for that one. This is really bizarre. This is crazy. Unfortunately for us, we're hearing a recording of an interview or interrogation, deposition type thing. Those are generally always bad recordings. I don't know why. Because most of the police officers and detectives don't realize that good recordings are good for juries. But the recordings are bad. It's being played in a courtroom that probably has less than good acoustics, and it's being picked up by a microphone. And so everything else is also being picked up. Hey. I don't know. Quarter to corner tape measure. I don't know. Anyway,
just so that
it's going to sound bad.
What we're looking at here
is going to sound bad.
The interview that I believe Mr. Tucker is referring to. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Let's see. What you do?
Just stop it.
We still have a DNA expert that's going to be coming, I guess, tomorrow now. The jury is waiting, yes. The jury was here for half an hour yesterday. Was here for half an hour. And then they got sent back home. They showed up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, left at 1:30. Said, sorry, that's all we got for you. That's the only witness we have for today. We're trying to figure out if this is the entire video. Mr. Tucker doesn't know. I mean, if there are clips and parts cut out of it, I'm not sure how he would know. They're skipping forward through this, trying to find out where it ends. Only half day of court tomorrow because the judge has other items on his docket. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon. If somebody could find out for me, that would be great.
think it's section 30 really long.
I like to cheer for an underdog. I will tell you this. I'm not a fan of Mr. Tucker being his own lawyer, representing himself. I'm not. I realize he has the right. I will stand behind him and defend that to 100%. I'm not a fan of that as a choice. I don't think it's a good choice for him. But I will say this. I have not heard evidence that convinces me, beyond reasonable doubt, that he was part of this. I think he was around this. He was
Is this what you'd like to play?
Your Honor, I'd like to play maybe just before this. I don't think there's too much before this or before Phelps comes in.
I think she's coming in now.
Yeah, she'll come in soon, but I'd like to give at least a little context.
That's right. Okay, so where would you like to start it?
Let's go ahead and just again, a little bit prior to where they're at. That's about it. Just like I said, give it context.
Right here is the beginning of this one. Is that all right?
Let's ask them about taking the time.
You want to go back to the previous one? I mean,
yeah, let's go back to the previous
one.
Right. We'll do it from there and then we'll just let it go. That sound okay?
That Collins, that Richardson,
That's his impeachment. It's fine. So actually look up. This is
Let's see. Victoria says, defendant is so unlikable, but he thinks he's coming across as some kind of smooth-talking Romeo.
all right, so 414, Dr. Roy, you're probably at the beach.
Listen, I can't keep this jury waiting any longer. So this is what... This is...
I don't care if you know. I just want to verify something.
We're going to go to 5 and find a cutting place and then tell them to come at 1 tomorrow. And...
Thank you, Judge.
You're going to have to return at that point in time, Mr. John. Bring in the jury, please.
Afternoon only. Afternoon only tomorrow, you guys. Afternoon only. Martha, you just discovered heaven. Heaven in a bag. They are so good.
Actually.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Please accept my sincere apologies for this lengthy delay. I hadn't forgotten about you. I knew you were back there.
They locked him in the closet.
Thank you for your confidence. We weren't taking a long afternoon break. We were doing some important things here. Now we're ready to proceed with continued cross-examination for scheduling. Planning purposes, we're going to go to about 5, and then wherever we're at, we're going to break and start again tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about being held after hours. Just thank you for your continued patience and attention for the rest of the day. So we'll have Mr. Johnson back up here on the witness stand, and Mr. Tucker, you can proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Johnson, we just put this video up here. Do you know approximately what time this was or when this video was?
11/22/2017.
Okay. Okay. And where are you at?
Sheriff's Department headquarters.
Okay. So this is when after they had brought you down under the guise of your truck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if I remember correctly, you stated that you always told the truth when it came to your story.
I've told the truth, yes. After I admitted my guilt in this, I've told the truth.
So, but you, again, clarify, as far as, but did you tell that story
There were some inconsistencies in the beginning, of course, because of my fear of being incarcerated.
Okay.
But in the long run, the truth came out.
But you vacillated, you didn't lie.
No, I didn't lie.
Okay.
There were no outright lies.
Okay.
There were misperceptions of individuals, because I don't know you too well. I may have confused you two once or twice with each other. There may have been timelines I'm not 100% sure of. But no, there have been no lies.
Okay, let's get to that.
Lies.
I believe I asked you, did you, prior to Captain Phelps giving you that narrative, did you tell any other stories other than that? Did you lie?
Nothing I'm aware of, no.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go to the tape.
Judge, again, the question needs to be more specific. The witness testified that once I owned up to what I did, I haven't lied since. This video goes before that.
I just asked him if he lied prior to that.
Well, in any event, certainly there'll be redirect, and right now you can proceed with the presentation of this evidence.
Oh, of course, now we're stuck.
Okay, so this is on the 6th.
The video's stuck. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm not sure what your position here is for. I thought we were...
Probably at the beach, so you definitely go. You're not going to walk
Wait, can we please stop it a second?
Oh, and turn it towards your... You're absolutely correct.
This is a cluster.
I just want
I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and...
I'm just unclear if you're going to be questioning him during this?
Well, I can stop any questioning as soon as they have enough to answer it.
Okay, but I prefer that you be out that way rather than over here.
And do you mind if I turn it towards the jury?
Oh, yes, I don't mind. If
Can you turn it towards the camera?
View for
Judge, we would ask that he be at the podium when he's asking questions of the witness.
Well, it's hard to work the thing and be at the podium at the same time. That's all.
It's a wireless mouse.
Logistics.
Can everybody see the screen? Okay, the gentleman seated at the far end is a little bit iffy.
There we go.
Does that help, sir? Thank you.
It's great for us right now, but Mr. Tucker's about to stand in front of it.
See it? Can you see it? Okay, so if Mr. Tucker's positioned out toward the podium, then that would be preferable. Let's roll him.
Now, let's see. Now, as we said, this is before Penny Phelps gave you the story, correct?
Okay, so this is on the 16th.
No answer.
I talked to you before 7 Okay. Okay, so 4:14, talked to Roy, you were probably at the beach. So you definitely go, you're not going to walk back. Right. Well, that's my biggest thing, man, is I'm scared of getting trouble for driving my truck. And I don't care if you go. Right. I just want to verify something. Look at me. I want to verify something of what you're telling me. I haven't been able to verify one statement you made with what we have. So it's important to me to verify something.
Actually, you've got to understand where we're coming from now.
I do.
This is a murder case.
Yeah, I
do. You
do.
understand that completely.
100%.
So if you tell us one of the things we can't verify,
I'm scared to death.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm scared.
Well, I am, because the reason guys that are involved in it, and I've been around them and back and forth, I wish I could have every little detail exactly what you want to know about my day, because
you mind if I look at your phone?
Go ahead, man.
I appreciate that, Marty.
I really want to get into. I want you to give me something so I can verify. So we got from 4:14. You're probably at the beach. I understand you could. I mean, honestly, what did I do Friday? I was working, so it's a little easier. But it is hard to pinpoint downtimes. I get that. There's no doubt about that. We have a license plate reader. Have you ever seen those? Heard of those? Mm-hmm. Okay, they have like on some paths or toll, they have different variations like that. We have them here. So we have your truck. I have pictures of your truck hitting tag reader. And that's why I asked, did anybody else drive? Is it common for someone else to use your truck? Okay, so
and we have video. All right. So you tell me a time or something in a ballpark, we can verify. Okay, he was going to this location. He wasn't with Roy, but he was with Roy. He wasn't with this person, or he was with this person. So remember, we talked to these other two gentlemen for a long time. They told us a lot of things. Okay? Things that may or may not help you right now. Things that may or may not be true, you know. Exactly. So that's all right. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, dude. All right. So do you remember meeting with Mike? Maybe 2 weeks ago. Okay. So keep going from there. Told him not to come back to the house. And got David's cell phone from him. Because that was one of the things that Dave when he got out of jail.
Just to be clear, you just asked about Maddie. Is that the Maddie that I asked you about earlier, Matthew Gideon?
I don't recall. I don't.
Okay. You don't recall. You don't recall. That's fine.
He's asking me to get his cell phone. To make sure that we have it when we got out of jail. What do you think they told you? What do you think Tyrone would tell us about you? I have no clue. No.
You see the look on Tyrone's face? I got some things.
1 second. Yeah. I'm really curious about something. When I talked to you a few minutes ago, I was asking you a little bit, but we're not close.
Well, remember after the court date thing, we've got phone numbers and he contacted me after my truck. Yeah, he wants me to let him know what's going on at the house. I don't know let him know what's going on. If I'm not there, he's not there.
I'm curious about that time of year around the Tom phone, according to the times he gives us. You're calm, worry. What more comes to you got thoughts about?
I'm asking if there's anything down. You know, you can talk before my records, you can do anything with my phone against my phone. That's not a problem. I don't have any problem with you doing that at all. You know, like I said, I could call him, ask him if anybody was there, or if he was there, or... You heard that conversation? No, I don't know. I don't remember it. I just remember calling if it was, you know... I don't remember these things. I don't. It's been a few days already. Well, but I mean, I don't remember everything they don't.
I'm sorry. Rory with the girl, right? And you're calling that, or he's calling you at 4:17 in the morning?
4:17 in the morning?
Yeah. Not going by the
No, think about that. Yes.
That's a good idea. And you understand
because the police is there. And he's telling me, I think he was asking me what was going on. Okay. So that day on that Saturday, 4:17?
Yeah, in the morning on Saturday.
Saturday? Hey man, the murder on Friday night. So that was okay. That's what I was confused. Yeah, no, that was because the police searched for the house and did everything, and he's calling me asking me what's going on, and he told me something.
Now, so far, Mr. Johnson, would you consider any of that a lie?
No, I mean, I really don't, and I don't have 100% recall of what was discussed, what was communicated in phone calls. I'm not lying at this point. I don't think I've divulged the truth. It may be by omission from fear of being implicated.
You don't remember what you were talking about with Rory Wilson on the night of the crime right afterwards?
No, okay. I do not.
Okay.
Well, the cops are reason to say that didn't happen. Is there a reason he would say that that's not what he called you?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm pretty sure that the only thing he interested me is what's going on. You know, what the fuck is going on? So...
I'm not trying to be, I promise, I'm trying to help you out.
Right.
So far, you give me things, all of a sudden I'm catching you that, something's not quite honest. Be copied, I know you said you're scared about driving, all right? Put yourself in our shoes. None of this is looking good, and you're not helping us be able to verify anything.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can. I mean, I don't get part of it. I didn't do anything wrong in my friggin' life, dude. And, like, you know, I want to make sure that my shit's safe. And have you ever been arrested before? Like, yeah, I just got arrested for paraphernalia, you know. What about Dallas? I've been arrested for Pickles.
Anything else about it?
No.
Any reason to be assault with a deadly weapon from Dallas?
No. Assault with a deadly weapon? No.
Okay.
Not me.
Gotcha.
Don't have a criminal record. I've got like a Class A misdemeanor. That's petty theft. It was like $100 to $1,500 bond in Texas. You know.
So we ran your
right. I don't have one. You know. I've been on probation one time for DWI. Yeah, whenever I was 21 years old. Yeah.
Roy did the same thing with something. Oh, yeah. He didn't think a little different than yours.
You have a problem?
You have a problem with it?
No, I don't have a problem.
Nothing?
No.
So what's your problem?
Why would I have an issue with it? I thought we were trying to keep Dallas, you know what I mean? We were trying to keep a place over there. You know what I'm saying? And I was really had enough common sense though.
You ever crossed them in a bad way? You ever give them wrong or anything?
No. Never done anything.
So they say
anybody? No. I mean, like as far as I knew, you know, we were all in the place, you know, but we were cool. I was there, you know. Back today, help keep the shit, you know, together. Try to get the life back on. Try to get, you know, a court case going on, you know, with the Cosmo, the eviction. And, like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could to help.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I was having trouble stopping it where I wanted to. So did you just say you were homeboys, your friends?
We were.
With Rory Wilson?
We were, for lack of better terms, yeah, we were in acquaintances with each other's. Yeah, we had no negativity toward each other at this point in time.
Okay, but homeboys is a little different.
It's a lack of a better term, per se. But friends, no.
Still don't think you're lying here?
No, I don't, Tucker. I'm having a hard time accepting the truth, is what I'm having a hard time dealing with. The hard time accepting the fact that I'm caught. That's what I see. I see fear in my eyes of being persecuted, being prosecuted for this crime. That's what's starting to come into my awareness, is that
okay, I wasn't asking what was in
I'm
your
being
head.
caught.
Mr.
I
Johnson,
need
Mr.
to
Johnson.
admit.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't asking what was in your head. I was asking.
You're asking me if I lied.
One step
I did not lie.
He gave a responsive answer, so now we'll move on to the next.
I haven't got to my question, Your Honor. I was asking. I didn't ask what was in his head. I'm asking what came out of his mouth.
I did not lie.
Well, I believe that encompassed, if you still think you're not lying, is asking what's in his head. So I think it was a responsive answer, so we can go on to the next.
Wow. This is crazy.
My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and Roger. No, some very bad blood.
No, not at all.
We're not trying to figure out what could you have done. I mean,
no,
this is you know.
I've been done anything to anybody, man. Like you can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man. You know. And for him to say that he's mad at me.
Matt, no, just my feeling. Listening to him, the details of his side of the story that we're here. Really? My feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed him to be coming in here talking like this with us.
I don't have any games. I mean, I don't.
Don't sound like it, man. You don't think that you don't sound like it?
No, dude, I've lived a good, decent Right.
We spend a lot of time trying to get.
I have my vices, I have, the things that I like to do, but I don't hurt them.
You know the big difference of when he gives us a time or something, we've been able to verify.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay. If you let me explain to Your Honor that there's sections here. That's what, this is not the complete video. The videos were given to both the state and to the defense in sections.
It's divided up.
Yes.
Based on how they
Members
record
of the
video.
jury, this section
file
of
size.
this one long interview or interrogation is now going to be succeeded by the next section. So it's not all on
That
one,
was part one.
drive. So
We've got a box disc set of this interrogation. We're going to play the whole thing. We're just changing the DVDs right now.
I remember times like that, and I just don't. I wish I did. I can't go to that shit. I really do wish I could remember times better. And I'm going to write everything down so I can remember this shit.
Travis, I'm going to take you big deep breaths. I'm going to try to keep my time lined up right now because right now I'm really excited. It's not at you, okay? And you and I have had some good conversations over the last couple of days, and I'm going to tell you what has just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking her to the safe house.
Okay.
And the reason we have to do this is because Ty threatened to show her on the face. Yes. Yes. So two of these people in the story, April and Tracy, who have nothing to do with any of this, have not been told. You better stop talking. You better start running. Because if anything more is said to the police, I'm going to take care of you and your baby. And I've got a 7-year-old first-time mother who is scared to death that she's going to get killed merely for telling the truth.
And I told her to call me this morning. She didn't do anything and gave her my phone number and explained it to them. Because I came back to the house afternoon and I called you guys, told you and got my stuff to get out of there. And I told April, she told me that she could give me a call and give me a call and I would come back and help her.
Travis, the really sad part of the story is that we had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people.
Okay, just to clarify, we just heard what Captain Phelps told you about me supposedly threatening April, right?
Yes.
And you did talk to her that morning, correct? Talked to her the morning when you gave her your phone number and all that.
April?
Yeah, April Walker.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did she seem distressed? Did she seem like, did she seem like she had been threatened?
From my assessment, no.
Okay, thank you.
This is the narrative. Here goes.
And most of the people in the story are good, decent people. And you're one of the good, decent people in the story, right? You really are. You're a guy who falls back from hard luck and is really taking life and moving it forward and positive. You did everything you could with a bad situation after the hurricane. You get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, you scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not the one out there saying, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to kill you. What you're doing is you do right then, talking to the police, trying to get this set straight. You're one of the good guys in the story. Rory's one of the good guys in the story. Detroit is right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he was working. He got at least a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation you and I had last night, it's not the Taj Mahal that you were looking at, but it was a room, and it was a place, and it was safe.
I'm trying to make a decision.
I know. And Travis is doing right by everybody. And Rory was right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April's a good person in the story. Robert, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is. No, we both know. Don't ask the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. You know. And he's only making it worse, Travis.
how it tells you to go to.
Just out of curiosity, did you just say, is it Ty?
Yes, I did.
And she, again, why would you say that?
I don't know, because the simple question is, you know who it is? Is it Ty? That's a responsive answer
to quote, I'm the asshole.
In a conversation. Yes, this is with the implications.
Just checking.
So the testimony is that I'm the...
A 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to deport you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with the children. She's home alone.
Yeah.
Scared to death.
Yeah.
Ask a simple question. You know what she said to you.
Yeah.
How come Rory's stuff is on the internet? And Ty isn't. And you were honest with her and said, well, Hurry's in jail and Ty's not. And her statement to you was, how did that happen?
I told her, I said, I don't tell her.
Brett, I think what happened is, let's talk about the people living in the treehouse. Let's talk about the good people in the story and the not-good people in the story. That's what the people living in the treehouse. Addicted to crack, selling their body for crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in, because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. That's too old.
What is the treehouse?
The place across from CDA.
Okay, I've heard about the crack den.
Yep, the crack den. You know what?
What is the treehouse?
People that are hanging out the crack den.
No, I don't. I've never been.
Now, to be clear, you're not lying here.
No.
You don't know the treehouse. You haven't been there.
No, never in my life. Before I moved, before I come here after the hurricane,
when she's asking you, had you been to the treehouse already?
After this, yes, this is after the incident. Of course, this is November 22nd. The incident happened November 17th. That's a ridiculous question. Of course I know that where the treehouse is now.
That's not what you're telling her.
I didn't know that's what it was called. Okay. I knew where it was. Nobody referred to it. We're going to the treehouse. I didn't know what it was called. We're going over here to this place where the crack is. That's what I knew of it. I didn't know it called the treehouse. Never heard it referred to that till this incident.
The crack den is what she calls it, right?
Yes, I called it that.
Okay. So you think you're being honest here?
I know I'm being honest here.
Okay. Let me get here.
I hope they have enough bailiffs for how this appears to be headed. Oh my goodness.
And I believe that.
Never been over there. Like, I don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think here's what happens. They get a little bit of money. And a little bit of money at the back end is 100. A lot of money at the back end is 1,000. And there's word on the street that $1,000 has changed hands. So all at the treehouse got $1,000. And I think there's discussion, there's a plan. Let's go and get the $1,000 for the crack heads. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got that, we'll make sure nobody knows themselves. They don't need the $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need the $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on 2nd Street. We'll keep this fast and easy. And I know you were part of the plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion and you talked about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that could sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep. Because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The place that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard.
and you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the treehouse. You didn't. But you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off Long Island and parked your truck, and Detroit and Todd got out of that truck, all three of you are on the camera, video. Now you did the right thing, because you dropped them off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up in there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was, go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that threatened a 27-year-old Iowa?
Hey, Travis. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. That sounds pretty familiar as far as stories go, correct?
Sounds, yes. The implementation or implication of specifically who did this was off, but she was on point with her narrative.
Goes into detail, correct?
She was on point with her narrative, yes.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't said anything about your story at this point, right? The story that you've been telling. Okay, so you say Phelps gave you your narrative, right?
She created the narrative that existed. She brought to light the narrative, not my narrative, not her narrative, but the narrative in question.
Well, that's what we're here to figure out. But okay, to give them a question here. Okay, you say that she got the narrative, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now she couldn't possibly be throwing you a lifeline, could she?
No. No, she was being a good detective and telling me exactly what she was doing.
I mean,
asking him if she's throwing him a lifeline, it calls for him to speculate. That's what she's doing.
Well, I'll overrule the objection.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you testified already that you were afraid of a life sentence, that you were upset because you were afraid of a life sentence. Is that correct? That you were afraid. You were afraid right here, correct?
I was afraid of being, yes, charged with murder.
Okay. You're afraid of being charged with murder. When Penny Phelps told you this story, did it all of a sudden, were you afraid, or?
I was in shock.
Okay. Okay. And just, you were in shock. Okay, let's play a little bit longer here.
Pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was nothing planned to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody's left. Everybody's had a good time with the work. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I said out in Detroit. He's in jail. I'm a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. And old man, you know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides of the story, Travis. The side of all the people that got jammed up in a bad...
Now, Mr. Johnson, would you agree that, again, it seems to be that Captain Phelps is implying heavily that I had something to do with this?
Yes, she's trying to coax the truth out of me.
But she's using me to do it, correct?
Of course she is.
Okay. And, okay, we'll keep on going.
Those are good people who make mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person did a bad thing and feels really good about doing a bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you got to give us your side of the story. You gotta let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life's been over there. You're not violent guys. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove him. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 4 days. Real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were going to go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back. And you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out. Todd gets out. Detroit gets out. And then you get the smartest thing here. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit.
Oh. Okay. I don't know whether it's stopped or whether it's paused. Mr. Johnson, just to clarify here, you haven't said anything about me at this point, have you?
No.
Okay. And as far as you know, nobody else has either, right?
As far as I know, is what they're telling me. That's as far as I knew.
Yeah, I mean, but
anything,
as far as you know, you know what they're telling you, correct?
Yes, all I know is what they're telling me.
Okay. And you know, let me make sure that this video actually stopped and it didn't have any more to go.
It didn't stop it.
It didn't stop.
That's for the next section.
Oh, well, here, I'll let you do it again.
We have to fast forward to the next section. The video is, I think, limited to a certain file size.
On to the next section. That segment's completed. So
Disc 2 is done.
Continuation.
Ready for Disc 3.
Another section of the same interview.
Feel free to grab more popcorn and refill your drink if you need it.
Trying to live past what the heck's happened. Trying to deal with it every day. I know you're on it. And we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not going to get hurt. April's scared up too. She's on her way with us right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are going to be safe, I'm telling you you're going to be safe. But in order to make that happen, I got to know what happened. I got to make sure, Travis, you're a good guy.
You just told us. You just said it.
You tell me it. That's what I've been telling you. Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start.
I'm scared.
I get it. Travis, if my captain does, you're not going to get hurt.
Now, Mr. Johnson, what was your response when she said, you know, is this what happened?
I told her what had happened. I told her that she was on point with her narrative.
Did you just say, you just said it?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, she just said it. There were differences.
What I'm saying is, so far you haven't told her anything about your story, right?
No.
Okay. And she just nails it on the head, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, hold on. Let's get that going. So, you have to excuse me.
So we're sitting up like donuts, and they're wanting to get out. They wanted some money, and somebody said something to, I think it was a Burger King guy, said something about, there's a lot of money over here at the Treehouse and a bunch of stuff. And next thing they're going, they're saying, let's go get something. And I said, why, you know,
Use the word treehouse.
where I come from, it's just park right there, we get out, you just do whatever. Okay. And I did it, and pulled up, they got it off. And I saw them, and I got scared to death. And I went back to the house, and they came back, and divvied out the money between the two of them, and gave me $50 bills, put them in my truck for gas, and they gone up from there, and I scared to death that, you know, if I'm out, or if I said anything, or did anything like sideways or whatnot, I figured the best thing I could do was just try to keep doing what I do and be the right guy and be the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me today when I talked to you earlier to hear that happened.
Yeah. Travis, sorry, Mr. Johnson. Would you agree that, yes, if you were actually there and participated, it would be very easy for you to know the details to fill in that story?
To know the details of what?
The narrative. Phelps's narrative. Would it be very easy for you to fill in those details?
Yes.
If you actually were there, took part in it?
Yes.
Okay. And as more than a driver?
As more than a driver?
Well, she gave you, you're the driver now. This is where it comes from, right?
No, this was the truth. I was the driver. It was my truck. Of course I drove it.
Okay. What the operative term here, I guess everybody's used, is, were you the getaway driver?
Yes.
Okay. But this is the first time we've ever heard of this.
And this scenario from another detective.
Any
she was
detective.
identifying me as
any detective.
Yes, I was being identified as the
this is the first time.
Driver.
This is the first time it's come up, though, right?
They did it earlier in the previous part of the interview. David Fernandez was saying we have pictures of your truck.
But did he say you were the getaway driver?
I don't recall.
Okay. I know we just watched it, but okay. But for this purpose, yes, did Phelps just call you the getaway driver?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't offered up anything at this point. Right? You haven't told anybody anything.
No.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's inaccurate characterization of what was just presented on the tape. He hasn't told anybody anything. It's not.
Oh, that's not true. You're right. You're right, Your Honor. I made a mistake in my wording there. Okay. You didn't specifically give them any details of your involvement in the crime prior to this?
No.
Okay. There we go.
And I think it's been a good part of my existence when I was here before I left the union.
Because I am the first time worried about you, worried about me, worried about Detroit. Because in this story, I saw all the people.
Hold on, I'll pause it.
Who were they that were talking about going to the tree?
We've got a juror that bailed or something.
Is there some difficulty in hearing?
I can try and do that.
Okay, let's try.
They're going to just make it louder, so the noise will be more.
Maybe actually, if I may, just get a little closer to make it easier.
Okay, however it's easier to operate.
This seems a bit much. It's like the judge forgot that we're trying to impeach somebody here. That he's saying, yeah, go ahead and watch a 2-hour interrogation. Just at will, just stop it. This is entering evidence. Usually you'd think the impeachment material that he would be providing would be more limited in scope and more specific.
We had that talk just a time where we had the talk at inside the house. Upstairs where we were in the library. We played on take a breath. Take a breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You're good. You're good. We're not in a hurry. We're safe. Travis, you're safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe. You're as good as you can be right now. You're in your respect. I didn't come down. I don't want this. We know that. You know that. It's exactly why we're talking to you. We know you didn't do this. We never meant for it to happen. Never. Trying to get along with everybody in the house, you know, so that I wouldn't get victimized even more. You know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to say the truth, and that's what you're doing, and that's the best thing you can do. If you just want me to do. 100%. We want you to think we just want you to tell the truth, Travis. That's all we want. And we're going to have to be safe.
Travis, did you just tell her you will do anything they want you to do?
So at this point, I would cooperate with them 100%, yes.
You said specifically that...
Okay, what are you implying by me saying that? I said I would cooperate with them. Is there a misconstruement of what that meant to you or to me? I will comply.
Mr. Johnson, he just asked a simple question.
And I answered it. I will comply. That's what that meant.
Okay. We'll move on.
Sometimes time lets witnesses cool down and reset. This witness is not resetting. Could be PTSD, could be something. He's triggered here.
We're going to go to camp with Travis, okay? We're going to talk to this being charged and we'll see what we can do, okay? I don't make that decision, Travis. I know that. I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the state attorney, okay? So it's you, it's I, and it's Roy, and we're not scared. And what time of the meeting is discussion? How long in the day, how late in the day?
It all transpired within 30 minutes.
Okay.
You know, there was Roy left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King, he came back, and he said to Tyrone about, you know, this is happening, and, you know, and they're doing it. You know, let's go over here and get this money.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that Rory Wilson came back from Burger King and said, let's go get this money?
Yes, when Rory Wilson returned with the information that he had gotten it from Burger King.
Okay, so he's the one that wants to do the robbery on the Treehouse,
Yes,
correct?
he's the one who got the information, correct? Yes.
Okay, just clarifying.
I said, drive us over there, and I was like, man, I said, I don't really want to be a part of this, but yeah, I'll track you over there. Okay. I said, I would, and I said, I'll do it, and I said, I know, whatever's whatever. I'm not looking for cut or anything like that. I just, you know, want some gas in my truck.
Yeah. Just trying to take care of yourself.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night?
You know.
Okay. Well, so who knew there was money up in that house, in that treehouse? Who was talking about no one was money up there? Was there a dollar amount for that? Did you know how much money was up in there? Did he say how he knew there was money up in the house?
Somebody in Burger King told me.
Okay.
Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Did you just say that
Yes, I did.
I'm the one who said there's
Yes, I
money
did.
at the Treehouse, and I got it from Burger King?
Yes, that you did.
Okay.
That was inconsistent with my number one, confusing you two with each other.
Okay. What does Rory Wilson look like?
He's black.
Okay. Big black man, small black man.
Right. Your name's Tyrone.
Okay. I know my name's Tyrone, but that doesn't make me black.
No, it doesn't. But that was the confusion between the two. Is the name Tyrone, in my mind, correlates to a black man. Unfortunately, I don't mean to, sound racist, but that's probably where the confusion in my mind started. Because I am not familiar with you two guys that well.
Okay. Well, again, just a minute earlier, didn't you say a minute, maybe
It
two?
was Rory, yes.
It's Rory Wilson.
That's an answer, Judge.
Okay.
Already answered this question.
Okay, it's crossed.
Okay.
We'll give him a little leeway, so anyway.
I think we've established this. Now, in your story today, who is it?
It was Rory that came back with the information.
Okay.
And clarification, that I don't even recall naming you as the individual with the information. I wasn't aware that I did name you as the one with the information until I had gone over some of these interviews with other people, but the clarification was that it was Rory, not you, that came back with the information.
Mr. Johnson, how many times have you gone over these videos with other people?
Like I said, I've only seen them 4 times. I've only seen this one. This is only the second time I've ever seen this video.
Okay, but you were here, right? You were actually there.
Actually, where?
As far as in this interview, giving this interview, telling this information.
Yes, that was me. That is me.
So, we're going to go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? How can you don't be seeing planning what they're doing to get it going? They put on a pair of black pants and a black shirt. One of I guess it's called a neck gaiter. Okay. Who had the neck gaiter in? Tyler. Okay. Because he's got a beard. Okay. Did you see Detroit do anything with like a neck gaiter or anything? I think he had it just look like a what you could beanie, hoodie thing. Okay. And a freaking mask. What the mask look like? Like a demon. Okay. Like I mean, you say demon, I see Satan. Tell me what they describe as like. It's sharp teeth. It's almost like a dinosaurish type. Okay. Looking thing. Did Ty have a mask? No. Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on? I think so. Okay. And I didn't see their gloves. I think they were in the pocket, but I didn't have it. Okay. And you see Ty put on a gaiter, kind of hide his goatee. Then Detroit puts on this mask that looks.
Mr. Johnson, you did testify there that yes, I suppose they put on a neck gaiter with, if I remember correctly, it's Jägermeister's written all over it, right?
Yes.
Do any witnesses ever identify that?
Objection, Judge, improper question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Was there ever a neck gaiter with Jägermeister written all over it, recovered in any of the discovery you've seen?
No. Objection, Judge. He's not the law enforcement officer who's gathering evidence.
Well, to his knowledge, he can answer
okay.
to his knowledge.
That's what I was asking.
No, to my knowledge, that was never a piece of evidence that was labeled or taken.
Did they ever find another mask? That, to your knowledge?
Outside of the demon?
Yeah.
I think they found like 3.
Okay. And where did those come from, Mr. Johnson?
The warehouse.
Okay. But, again, they've never been attributed to anybody that you know of?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Big teeth that looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse? No. Well, it's just three guys riding in a truck. So you're driving, where's Detroit sitting? Front seat, and where's Ty sitting? Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck. Alright. So when you drive by, how do you get from the place you stay to go by the treehouse? Tell me when you drive. Out around. They come out, take a right, take a left, take us around, then go back to the house. Back to the house. Now what you're talking about in that trip past the treehouse when you go by real slow. Yeah, well, they told me that's it right there. Okay. And they said, stop right there. Okay. So the first time you just buy it, and they point it out and tell you where it's at. Okay, so now you go back to the house? Yeah. Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again? No. Okay. No. So now what happened during the second trip to the treehouse? We went upstairs, they got their stuff, we went back, they got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone, okay, back, and I took off. Okay. The second time when you go back, I didn't see, I don't know what happened to the way. Okay. I don't know. The second time you go, are you sitting in the same spot you're driving?
There are some consistencies here, some. Would you agree?
Some what?
Consistencies to your story that you gave today.
Yes.
Okay, there are some, right?
And there are some inconsistencies, correct.
Okay. Now, again, when we were talking earlier, or questioning earlier, again, when did I come back to the warehouse, supposedly?
After I returned. After I'd left you guys.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get back after you took off?
I don't know exact times, Mr. Tucker. A few minutes, a few seconds. It was relative. For me, it seemed like forever, but it was probably only 2-3 minutes at most, maybe even 20-30 seconds.
Okay.
It's not a very far drive.
It's not a very far jog.
Not a very far walk, not a very far drive, not a very far run.
Okay. And
it's not
to be clear, again, your route, she just went over your route. Is that correct?
That's, I believe, what she was doing, yes.
Okay. And would that route be the same route that you were walking with Rory Wilson? You know, the Florida Keys Electric video, when you're seen walking with Rory Wilson, that's the same. That's the same road, right?
That's 2nd Avenue, correct?
And that's the one that you took the truck down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you got Rory in the front, and Ty in the back, and behind you. Now, when they got their stuff, when they said they got their stuff, what did they bring to the truck to go do the report? What did they bring? He got his mask and their clothes and gloves. Okay. And I think Ty had a, razor knife. Not a razor knife, but a dive knife. But like the kind you strap to your leg? Yeah. Okay. Was it an image? Yeah. Good guy.
Actually, I think this is the video.
It was.
I believe it's the end of the video. It just cut off, that's all. Now, Mr. Johnson, you said that first you didn't, again, in this, did you say that you didn't know whether or not they had gloves, correct?
Yes, I did say that. I don't know if they had them 100%. I wasn't aware. I don't recall seeing them today. I don't recall them.
No, it's okay. When Phelps asked you this question again, did you say that they have gloves now?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
And did you say I had a razor knife?
I said, you had a razor knife? No, wait a minute. It was a dive knife.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I guess we agree there are some major inconsistencies here, correct?
I wouldn't say major, no.
Okay. Is there a big difference between a razor knife and a dive knife?
Yes, and I corrected that immediately. If you don't recall, rewind it, listen again, and I corrected that.
Okay. You corrected that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Captain Phelps tell you each part of this story?
No, she did not. She told me her narrative as a detective, what she thought might have happened.
Yeah.
Okay? Due to detective work.
Okay.
I filled in the blanks because she was dead on with her narrative and her motive. Okay. And I explained and filled in the pieces for her, Mr. Tucker.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, does she continue to feed you facts as we watch this?
Facts? Yes.
Okay.
She feeds me facts.
Okay.
And I verify them for her.
And you verify them for her?
Yes.
Right. So, again, now what would happen, Mr. Johnson, if those facts aren't true?
Objection, Judge.
Yeah, it's an unclear
Okay.
question.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Has there ever been any evidence or discovery that you have ever seen that verify Captain Phelps' facts?
Objection, Judge, to that kind of a question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. We'll keep on going. Did you queue up the next one, Mr. Mansfield?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, it's up there. I'm sorry.
Sheet or just blank by itself? And she, okay, what color was the sheet? Black. Okay. Could you see Rory looking at it? The only thing you saw was the top. Could Rory have had a knife and you just not seen him? Okay, so now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you get back to the treehouse and what you do when you get back to the treehouse the second time. What happened?
Like there was just one drive around and looked, and then we came back in the home.
Okay.
Like they didn't move around.
Okay, so you never went back. So let me get this straight. So Travis, you leave the house, and when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No.
Okay.
Well, they wanted to take a look.
Okay, so they take a look.
Right.
And then you go back home. They go get their stuff. They come back to the truck. So now you're heading back to the treehouse. How do you drive down? Which street do you go?
The out go right to right, took a left. And then came back down and said,
Just makes me different.
Just because there's been a little bit of confusion here, and did you just tell Captain Phelps that you went from the warehouse to the treehouse and then did like a ride around and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and this is where we were having a little confusion earlier, and I'm just hoping you can clear this up. When you went there and you went around, is that when you saw the black sedan?
Not the first time, no.
And not the first time?
No.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, what is it you're signing there?
I'm not signing anything. I'm drawing a map.
Oh, you're drawing the map, okay.
This is where it goes across. There's the CES. This is the turn that goes down and around.
Okay.
Right there, where the stops.
Okay. So each time you come and do this loop, just come straight down Second Street. Okay. So when you come this way the second time, where do you park? Where do you stop?
I stopped at the stop sign.
Okay. Okay. And
I mean, we're talking at the end of the street.
Okay. The end of way behind the arena?
No, the one behind the CES, not way behind, but
okay.
Yep. Right behind.
Okay. And then get out. Do you see him go through the tree line?
No.
Okay.
You see him enter.
But you saw him walk in the direction of the treehouse. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got? Talk to me about what Detroit's been.
Black shirt and black shorts.
Okay. Does he have the mask on?
No.
Not yet.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify today that you saw us go into the gate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you just tell Captain Phelps?
I told her I didn't see you go into the treehouse.
Okay. Oh. So again.
Because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. You didn't see us go into. You saw us go into the gate, but not into the treehouse. Is that what you're trying to? Is
yes.
that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
Where do you see him put the mask on? You never saw him put it on. What about Tom? Did he get on?
He did have a negator.
Okay.
And a hat.
Okay. What color hat?
It was kind of a sparkly black hat, almost like one.
Okay.
But not white, it wasn't blue.
Was there any design on his neck gear, or was it just a dark color gear on top?
It was kind of, I want to say Jägermeister on it.
Okay. Now you should go toward the treehouse.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that I wore a hat that
yes.
looked like yours?
Yes.
And that, again, neck gaiter, Jägermeister, maybe Jägermeister, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it when you see Ty running?
Yeah, whenever I walked, I see it come across the street and it's flashlight, and I was like, yes.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know where it is.
Describe the end you saw running across the street. Okay. So you see a flashlight and you think it was a guy. White guy? Black guy? Can't tell. Can you hear things going on? Can you hear people?
All I heard him saying was, please.
Okay. Okay. Do you see Ty come running down the road? How's he coming in?
Driving, my passenger side window, or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't, and I just saw him.
Okay. So did you take off and go down 2nd Street to go home?
No, I went straight, like, okay, where it was, turned right.
Went right home. Just got home.
Yep.
Parked the truck.
Yep.
Does Ty come right home?
Yep.
Does Rory come right home? No. When does Rory finally come home? Okay. When you and Ty get home, talk about the conversation you and Ty had. What do you see? What did he say?
He really didn't say anything. I was like, fuck, man. Just went down and he's like, where's the door?
Okay.
Do you see nothing to do with it? So,
do you see any blood on it? Does he have a knife with him? So the diamond is gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have a gator on still? Gator's gone.
Okay, so earlier you testified that you asked Rory Wilson what happened when you got there. How was it to Tom Thumb?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he tell you again?
Not to worry about it.
Okay, and now you just told Phelps, if I've seen here, I guess, would you agree that you just told her that I said?
Not to worry about it.
Not to worry about it. Okay.
$12 more minutes, guys. We're almost done.
When Rory comes home, what's Rory got?
Black shorts.
Black shorts? Does he have a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So the shirt's gone. Do you see him with the mask? Mask is gone. And you never really saw him with the knife, so you don't think he has a knife? Did he come home with the knife? What does Rory say when he gets to the house?
Not much at all.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify earlier that when you met Rory Wilson at Tom Thumb, that he was still wearing a shirt?
Yes.
Did you tell Captain Phelps in that video that Rory Wilson was not wearing a shirt?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Which one would it be, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I hadn't been shown the video yet of me walking, so I hadn't owned up to that part of me running into him up the street yet. So right now it's just me basically struggling for a description of him best I could.
Okay. Well, again, I think you said this earlier. I'm not sure. And you got to excuse me. But no, I think you said earlier you know it was you in that video.
Yes.
Right? Because you lived it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, why would you need to see a video to know whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt?
I didn't need a video to see whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt, but when I was showed the corroborating evidence, the facts hit me in the head like a brick that I was caught, so I needed to come clean about everything. Mm-hmm. And the shirt, relevance of the shirt, not being on, being off, wasn't registering to me as a problem.
There's a soundbite.
Okay. But again, you said
I still don't think it's a problem. I mean, inconsistencies, what I remembered at the time versus what the facts in the video show. I just don't believe that was a relevant question.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Mr. Johnson, this was, you understand this was a murder, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you understand it was supposedly a stabbing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that would imply, I would imagine, that you would understand that there would be blood, correct?
That's what happens sometimes when people get stabbed.
I understand this. Mr. Johnson, would you agree that if again we're talking about a murder and a stabbing, that blood on a shirt might be relevant.
It would be relevant.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Did you guys go upstairs?
Yeah, well, he went in and talked to people for a little while.
Okay. When did you guys split up the money?
They split it up and he was sitting there at the table and handed me $50.
How much money did they split up? Lot? A little bit? Okay. How were the bills? 20s, 10s, 5s? What? 20s and 5s. And 5s, okay.
And they smelled like perfume.
The money smelled like perfume. When you saw Ty running towards where you were parked, did you see anything in the field? So you just run. Did he say anything when you were running? Just run. And you're gone. Gone. Do you see any blood on Rory when he gets home? Sure. He gets home and go upstairs.
Mr. Johnson, again, you testified today that you saw me running down the street behind you with a bag in my hand,
Yes.
dropping things.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, would you agree that that is not what you just told Captain Phelps?
That is true. That is not what I just told her.
Okay. Just to clarify, again, would you consider this being honest?
Judge, objection to the question.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
There we go.
No, I would not consider it being dishonest. I would consider it, for a lack of better terms, not 100% thinking about the chain of events clearly enough to convey exactly what had happened. It's only through time that the scenario, that the situation, that the facts had returned through my studying of myself and the discovery of what truly happened. Because at this time, I'm clearly distraught. I'm clearly under duress and not making a lot of sense. I'm sitting here watching, and I'm not making a lot of sense to myself because of how distraught I was. So details, 100% of the details are not coming out. I do not believe at this time.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I understand what you're saying. Would you also agree that 6 years at this point is a long time to get it right?
It's a long time to reflect, yes.
Okay. And you did get to look at discovery and evidence.
I had my discovery correct.
Okay. And you did have these discussions with investigators, correct?
Yes, I had talks with investigators, correct.
Okay. So, again, would you agree that that is quite a bit of information for you to go over in 6 years?
I would agree. That's a lot of information to go over in 6 years in that discovery, correct.
Okay, so your story should be fairly well solidified at this point, correct?
It is solidified at this point. There have been additional bits of information that have come out, but the narrative has never changed.
Okay,
the story has never changed.
Never changed.
No. Okay. No, the scenario of me, Rory Wilson, and Tyrone Tucker being the participants in this robbery have not changed.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever said this story is false?
That this story was false?
That this story that we are watching right here is false?
I do not recall this, no.
Okay, the story you're telling right now is false. Have you ever said that to anybody?
No, I have not.
Okay, good.
That's a trap. It's a trap. We're almost done. Judge is going to call this quits in 5 minutes.
At any time did they tell you that night or any other night, man, we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy was dead? How'd you find out?
Coconut telegram. You know, people talking.
Did you?
It was a little black man named
Paco? What did you think when you heard it?
I lived there to get the fuck out of there because I could leave myself in a safe place because this is not what I want to be.
Did Tommy ever tell you better not talk? Did he say anything to you? Did Rory ever say anything to you? So they never, you were afraid because you thought something was going to happen. Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you who killed him? If one person did this stabbing, who would you think would have done that?
I don't know if either one of their demeanors, okay, or I don't know if one of their demeanors will know if they even have the ability to do that.
Did you see Ty put clothes in a bag? Did his clothes that night that he wore and put them in a bag?
No, because he went to his room.
Did you ever see Rory taking clothes that he wore and put them like that bag, trying to get rid of anything? Did they ever say anything to you about, hey, take this stuff, get rid of it first? Okay. And so it's $250 to kill a guy with $250. That's pretty messed up, Travis. Pretty messed up.
Did you just say it was your fault there, Travis?
No, I did not. I said I feel like
feel
this could be my fault.
Your fault, okay. And again, so you do this robbery, apparently agree to be the driver, right?
Objection asked and answered 15 times.
Okay.
15 times.
And again, why would you want to participate in this for, you said nothing?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule that one.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead. Answer it.
Rephrase the question again?
I'm sorry. Let me make it a little more clear. Okay. At some point, Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, at some point, you say that, you see us come down in dark clothes, a knife and a pipe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know it's going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you want to participate in an armed robbery without getting paid?
I didn't want to get paid because I didn't know, number one, what was going to be taken. Number two, I didn't know you guys. Number three, I did kind of want to get paid because I wanted gas money in my truck. So honestly, there was motivation for me to get involved. Plus, the addiction in my mind of wanting to get high was another motivating, irrational, but motivating factor for me to participate in this.
Oh, thank you. Now, Captain Phelps, if I remember correctly, just said $250 to kill a man, right?
That's what she said.
Okay. And you're saying that $50 was more than enough for you?
No, I didn't say that, Tucker. I said that's what I was given for my part. Not more than enough. Not that's my cut. I don't know where you want what you are trying to get me to say. I'm saying that the yes or no answers to your questions. No, I did not say that $50 was enough for me to do this job.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you went on this job, right?
I participated in this
job.
I participated in this crime.
Sustain the objection. It's argumentative. It's been asked and answered. So,
Mr. Johnson,
get through this segment so we can adjourn for the evening. We've got a little bit more here. So, if you have any questions
1 minute.
that are admissible, you can go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, have you ever done anything like this before?
Objection, Judge.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Johnson. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Let's continue with the video.
You guys, this is crazy. I don't even know where this is going to go from here.
You do it. You know you do it, Travis. Not you. Not you to do it. We're never having a discussion about going up there and kill somebody. The plan was to rob. Go get some money. Travis, when we get into this discussion, we're talking about it, we stayed like an hour before the robbery happened. What did you think was going to happen to you if you told them, no, we're not doing that? What did you think was going to happen to you?
The fact that they're talking about it, and I'm not going to agree with this on the fact that they can't, they don't.
She's asking if he was scared to participate.
Really?
Like scared to not participate.
Okay. What did you think they could do to you if you didn't go along? What do you think was going to happen?
I don't know.
Okay.
Before we go to the next one.
We're not going to the next one tonight. We're done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Johnson, didn't you testify earlier that you're not afraid of me, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Would you repeat it? In testified earlier that he was.
I'll change it. I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Did you just tell Captain Phelps that you were worried about what we would do to you?
Yes, context. We, two people against me that I do not know. Yes, I was worried about that.
Okay. Again, now, I assume, again, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. Mr. Johnson, you know, how much training did you get in the military?
Ample for my MLS.
For your MLS, yes.
Ample training for my MLS.
Oh, ample. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just didn't catch that. All right, so you got ample training for your MLS. What would that include?
Basic training in AIT.
Okay, and what was your AIT?
AIT is called Advanced Individual Training. My AIT was infantry training.
Okay.
Hand-to-hand combat.
What would that entail? Would that entail hand-to-hand combat?
That would entail many facets of being an infantryman. Hand-to-hand combat being one, yes.
Okay. Would that entail firearms?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How about knives?
Not so much, no.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, did you have a large collection of knives?
I did.
When this occurred?
I did.
Okay. And were those knives ever taken into custody by the investigators?
After they executed search warrant on my truck, yes.
Okay. After they executed a search warrant on your truck. Now, didn't you say that?
Tucker, did you have any more questions pertinent to
this?
this?
Pertinent this video, you're right. Hold on, Your Honor. For time. We're already over 5 o'clock, Your Honor. Would you like to go to tomorrow at this point?
Yeah, I wanted to complete any questions pertaining to this particular segment. And
I think
that's done, then.
Yeah, I think we're good with this segment and previous at this point.
All right. Thank you. So we're going to adjourn for the evening, members of the jury. Again, thank you for your patience, for your attention, for your time. I mentioned at the beginning that I do have to do a few other dockets during the course of this. This isn't the only case or the only division I have. So tomorrow morning I have some arraignments and some special set hearings and motion calendar. So we're going to start at 1 o'clock. So if you can please have your lunch beforehand.
Early lunch.
And I'll do my best to pick up at 1 o'clock. Have a great evening.
I think we've got at least one more Law 101 in there, explaining how we're just finishing the segments and then stopping. All right. Wow. This witness will be back on the stand again tomorrow. We're not done. We thought we'd get to possibly 3 witnesses today. That is not going to happen, clearly.
All right, the jurors are gone. So just to get an idea, I assume we're going to We're going to continue with the cross and get an idea of how much longer you expect that to last, Mr. Tucker?
I actually wasn't expecting this long. We changed up to watching the entire video, which is fine. But I wouldn't imagine I'd have much longer, Your Honor. I mean, we're coming in at 1 o'clock. Am I correct?
Yes.
So I would imagine, I don't know, maybe, because I can't remember exactly how long.
It's almost over. I mean, like, I think we're literally 5 or 10 minutes from the end of it.
So we got 5 or 10 minutes more of the interrogation. We're almost done with this witness.
Well, there is such a thing called redirect, so I'm going to need some time for that. And
he says there's such a thing for redirect.
Judge, we are going to have to put our medical examiner on after we're done with this witness tomorrow because he's not available Friday. So I believe our DNA analyst is available Friday, so we might have to just do a switcheroo there. That's not going to be a problem. I don't know. Well, somebody's going to, I mean, we're going to have to figure it out. But we will finish this witness and go forward from there.
Okay, so hopefully it won't take that much longer. So, Johnson, you're back tomorrow. We're starting court at 1. I don't know if there's any instructions. Again, Mr. Mansfield's witness, to what time would you recommend?
We'll have you here at 12:30. Travis right outside the courtroom. Yes, ready to go.
All right, so otherwise, don't be discussing your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have one question. Just out of curiosity, these video segments that we've just been publishing, they haven't been admitted into...
Judge, I was going to on my redirect. Go ahead and move them in because they need to be in evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So,
did the witness sprint when I wasn't looking?
All right, so
he's out of there.
Let's be prepared to start at 1 and move forward expeditiously. But have a good evening.
Mr. Tucker's out as well. I guess the witness did not want to leave at the same time as Mr. Tucker. I don't know. I missed it. Did he run? We need a replay of that. Let's do a quick backup really quickly. Hold tight just 1 second. Whoa. Let's turn that off for just a minute. We don't need it that loud. We're gonna back up. One more. Boom. There's the judge. Okay. So let's take this one more time. Let's see where this is.
Yeah. What do we?
Witness is still on the stand. Keep an eye on the witness on the left-hand side.
Continue with the cross and get an idea of how much longer you expect that to last, Mr. Tucker?
Here he says it wasn't expected to last this long. He thinks he has about an hour because there's only about 10 minutes left of the interrogation video to go over. So between that and other questions he has to ask, about an hour. Opposing counsel says you've forgotten there's redirect. It's going to take a little longer than that.
It's almost over. I mean, like, I think we're literally 5 or 10 minutes from the end of it.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, Your Honor, I mean, there's not much after this. I mean, I could probably within an hour. Wish we give Mr. Mansfield plenty of time for this.
Well, there is such a thing called redirect, so I'm going to need some time for that. And Judge, we are going to have to put our medical examiner on after we're done with this witness tomorrow because he's not available Friday.
Keep an eye on the witness.
So
here we go.
I believe our DNA analyst is available Friday, so we might have to just do a switcheroo there. That's not going to be a problem. I don't know.
Travis.
Well, somebody's going to. I mean,
Travis is anxious to get out of there.
But we will finish this witness. And
his head is on a swivel right now.
Okay, so hopefully it won't take that much longer. So, Johnson, you're back tomorrow. We're starting court at 1. I don't know if there's any instructions. Again,
look at his head turned back and forth.
Witness, to what time would you
we'll have you here at 12:30.
Oh my goodness.
Travis right outside the courtroom. Yes, ready to go.
All right. So otherwise, don't be discussing your testimony with anyone, and we'll See you tomorrow.
3, 2, 1. There's the starter gun.
I-
Boom.
I have,
and he's off. Boom, 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 boom,
One
boom.
question, just out of
Power walk,
curiosity.
That was
This,
quick.
these video segments that we've just been publishing, they haven't been admitted into.
They weren't as
Time
evidence.
I redirect.
They weren't admitted as evidence, but
Because they need to be in evidence.
we'll bring them in tomorrow. Okay, so what the witness needs to know is he can ask for a break. This not just the jurors, the witness, even the attorneys, they can ask for a break if they need to have a break. So hopefully he knows that tomorrow. Let's see. He ran with a swagger. He had swager. Yes. Oh man. All right. Wow, what a day. We haven't had a confrontation back and forth between a lawyer and a witness like that in quite a while. I'm thinking probably back to Darrell Brooks. Let's see, what was similar about that situation? Oh yeah, I remember. Serious charges. That's what it was. Both serious charges. This has been an incredible day with lots of. Man, I don't know what to think about this witness. I think yes, he's trying to please the state. He wants to keep his deal in place. I think there was part of him that was absolutely telling the truth when he said, "I'll do whatever you guys want, whatever you guys need. I'll comply." I think he honestly would do whatever they asked of him, and so in his exuberance, he's trying to agree with them in everything, and then he's getting caught in little mistakes. His refusal to admit that he didn't tell the truth in any situation is starting to wear on me a little bit. It's starting to add up. He refuses to admit that he lied at any point, and I'm not sure if he thinks that this is part of the agreement, or if he ever admits that he lied, then he loses the agreement or not, and he's trying to defend that. But his refusal to say that I didn't tell the truth, he's got a reason for everything. No, it was at the time I was under stress. I realized he was under stress. He's under stress. He's under stress on the stand. He's under stress in the interrogation. But his refusal to say, yeah, I didn't come all the way clean the first time. I didn't tell the truth the first time. I told partially the truth and then later told the rest. But that being said, Carolyn, he does seem credible in some way. So it hasn't ruined his credibility entirely for me. DC killing spree. It hasn't ruined his credibility entirely. This guy has been very consistent with the facts. It bothers me that the detective fed him each line and had him nod and then say, "Now repeat it back to me." Yeah, that doesn't sit right. It doesn't sit right. But to be fair, they have video of practically this whole entire crime going down. So I don't know. It's just. I wish at this point in the trial, where we're already talking about the prosecution wrapping, I wish we had more physical evidence to go by. I realize we don't need to always have physical. Sometimes it can be circumstantial. We've had cases that have very little circumstantial evidence with the convictions in them. But my mind's not made up. Except for one thing. I know Mr. Tucker should have a lawyer. He should have a lawyer. Oh my goodness. You will not be able to convince me otherwise. Even if he gets off, meaning that the jury says that he's not guilty, finds him not guilty on all these, I would still say he should have had a lawyer. That's the hill I'm going to die on. All right. Let's see. We aren't taking. We aren't doing a poll on guilt and innocence just yet. Obviously, we've got a ways to go in this trial yet. If I ever get arrested, the only word I know is lawyer, says Melissa. Yes, lawyer. Did you notice that Mr. Johnson, when he was in the interrogation room, first of all, he was led there under the guise of, "Hey, we're trying to get your stuff back." They tricked him. And instead of realizing that he was sort of tricked into being down there and talking to the police, and when they switched it on and said, "Oh, by the way, this is what we want to talk to you about," he still is cooperating 100%, thinking that it's in his best interest to do so. When the police can lie to you. The police can lie to you. When the detective said to him, "Guess what Mr. Tucker's telling us? Right now he's out. He's been telling us, he's been bragging to people about how he got away with it and how you're locked up and how many times he stabbed him." This was a lie. This was a lie. It was a blatant lie. And it worked. It worked. You also saw when he was sitting there playing with his phone at the beginning of the videos, I think disc 1, when we were watching that one, he's playing with his phone. The officer said, "Hey, can I take a look at that?" And reaches for the phone. And he's like, "Sure." Hands over his cell phone. No warrant. The officer then spent the next, he was like fire on there, scanning through, looking through messages, looking at recent calls. He took the phone and walked away with it. He was taking notes. They are not your friends. I'm all for the legal justice system. I'm for people paying the price if they have committed something, they need to pay the price. But man, this guy, he set himself up for a failure, and it was bad. It was bad. Tisha says, "I noticed that." All right, we are going to wrap things up tonight because we end tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do in the morning. I realize PNW has told us about he's got a case that's going on it's a county case. Well, not county. It's a municipality case, I think, in Olympia. They start probably about the same time that this court starts. So if we can find a feed, I'm going to try to record it. It may not be available on a feed. We're going to check and see. It's we might have to hear about it after the fact from people who are there, maybe PNW. Good luck to you, my friend, in that case. Hope the best things happen and justice is done. So we have that happening tomorrow up in Washington. Little court hopping, possibly we could do some court hopping tomorrow. It is Thursday. Let's see, Judge Boyd. Occasionally Judge Boyd has some jury trials on Thursdays, but we might do some court hopping. I think it's about time for us to pay a visit to our good friends at Parole, the Board of Pardons, and see if they have anything happening tomorrow down there in Louisiana. We've got that. We'll probably do some from hopping around in the morning. If there are any filings in any of the big cases we're following, we might also look at that. I think there have been a couple, maybe with BK. I think there are a couple more new documents out that I have not reviewed yet. With Sarah Boone, it's too early for a letter, but I do expect at least one more letter from her before court happens in May. So, yeah, interesting stuff. All right. Thank you for all those who hit the like button while you're here, either while you came in or on the way out. For those that have not followed Brandy, and by follow I mean subscribe to Brandy Churchwell on YouTube, she is 200 subs away from hitting 15,000. We'd love to have her hit that this week. That would be fantastic. If you know somebody who would be interested, please refer a friend over there. Say, hey, check this out. Just click the subscribe button. You won't regret it. It's a great community. Come join us. So a big shout out to Brandy. I think that's going to be great when she hits that. We're super excited for her, and thanks to all those who helped her out with the train today. With the train, Nosy Rosie says, "Who is PNW?" PNW Pacific Northwest Transparency is the YouTube channel. He's a gentleman we found first through watching Thurston County Court. We were watching court up there, and he was on trial. We found out he had a YouTube channel. He found out about us and has sort of been joining us since. And so he's become an addict. He's here, and so he's got some other cases, some other incidents where he produces content where he tests people's responses to free speech, not First Amendment. Second Amendment would be the pew pew. But he tests government agent buildings' response to their openness to allowing, say, people film in their lobby or film what's going on. And the response, sometimes it generates a little bit of anger amongst the people who may incorrectly think that the law allows them to exclude people like PNW from doing what he does. In this case, it ended up with him getting charged with assault. I don't know the facts of the case. That'll come out in court. I believe it starts tomorrow, 8 a.m. in Washington. It's in Olympia. He sent me some of the details. I'll see if I can find that, and if we can, I'll try to record it and bring that to you. But that's where we are right there. So. All right. That said, we are going to be done for the day. Did I tell you I've got a boy who's taking driver's ed right now. I've had a couple already. I mean, a couple of my sons are already driving, but this is my third son who's now becoming a driver. I'm not sure if I have enough. What is it called? Nerves. That last nerve, right? You guys, parents who have taught a child how to drive You know how that goes. Oh, Tiffany says thumbnail. Tiffany, here's what we are. We have camera 3. This is our thumbnail right now. Thank you for the super chat, Tiffany. I need to add Eeyore, but I've been looking for a good donkey. I have Winnie the Pooh. I have Thumper. I don't have Eeyore. Can this be Eeyore right here? Can we put Eeyore? Let's see. This is going to be our Eeyore, okay? This is the best I can do. I think the other ones are copyright. So, all right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe as we go live again tomorrow morning. We'll be starting bright and early, 9 a.m. We'll do some court hopping. Obviously, this tree chop trial, tree chop murder, treehouse, flophouse, warehouse, the house trial that we're following right here is not going to start till 1 o'clock. So we'll pick that up in the afternoon. This particular witness is almost done. We're going to be moving on. So, all right. Have a good one. We guys, be nice to each other. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good one. Bye.
Is that correct?
I can't end with the wrong picture, you guys. I can't end with the wrong picture. How did I put that up?
Because he's the guy.
Because I'm the guy. No, I'm the guy who just screwed it up. Hold on. Hold tight. We're gonna go. Oh, there's the right picture. But now, while you're still here, for those that haven't left, let me see if there's anybody we need to redirect to. I forgot to look. Let's see. Broken Baker's talking about this one. Do you guys want to jump over to Broken Baker? Let's do a quick hop over there. Make sure you click the like button. It's you never know what you're going to find, but we're going to jump. He's probably done as well, so let's go visit. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit.